distribution we have here. Currently, are you involved in AI-related research? Yes, is taking up a big number, and then those other students still took up the biggest number. And lastly is, why did they apply for the symposium? So this is going to direct our discussions at some point. So if you had some things, one is connecting and collaboration, very important. So a number of people here have come to collaborate and connect, gaining knowledge, into AI applications, and then technical skills, still managing healthcare projects, community kind of impact, addressing healthcare disparities, and of course others are looking at future opportunities, that is getting hands-on experiences elsewhere, of course in the healthcare domain. And lastly, understanding the challenges and the ethical issues in line with the implementation of AI for healthcare. So we found this to be interesting to tune up our discussions. I want to welcome the team from US, so I want the team from Uganda to clap for the teams from US. If I was the president, I would chase you out of Uganda because that clap is not enough, but I'm not the president, so okay, that is better. Now the team from US, you are going to clap for the team from Ghana. Wow, that's nice, yes. Here, the team from US actually has a bigger round of applause. Now the team from Ghana is actually alone. So I want the team from Ghana to clap for the team from Congo. All right. Yes, Professor Connie has a music interlude. Yeah, it is. Let's start it nice. Come. Yep. He's a professor of gynecology, but he has extra skills, just like myself. So I'm about to show my skills. Come on, don't laugh. I'm about to out-compete him. Prof, you're welcome.
Thank you. I bring you greetings from Ghana. And I bring you greetings from West Africa. This music is universal. So let's listen.
wow, 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 wow. Come on, a bigger round of applause. Woo, 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 woo. Wow, 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 wow. That is great. Very, very, very great. I am MC. Michael Christopher is my name. It is in short, MC. Those are some of the talents we got here for the AI. We can actually use some AI to make this actually reach out to your ears in better ways. Right now, allow me invite Leo. You realize our program, we have skipped out titles. It is intentional because we want to be at the same level. But of course, different people here have different responsibilities, have different titles, and etc. So I will welcome Leo to give opening remarks. Leo is from MIT and Harvard and very many places. I don't know if he can talk about himself, but we didn't do profiles specifically because we wanted to keep it simple and interesting. You're welcome.
Thanks, Fred. It's great to be here. The first thing I'm going to ask is to have the students and trainees stand up. Who are students, who are trainees, come on, stand up. And we need to give them a round of applause. Thank you. So I'm really excited to see a lot of students. When we were planning this event, we said that students have to make up a bulk of the audience because they are the promise. There should be no academic initiative without the engagement and involvement of students. So why are we here today? Why are people talking about artificial intelligence? I think that artificial intelligence is very different from technological innovations of the past. And it is different because of the scope of applications that it is being applied to. It is so much wider in scope. It is poised to upend every human task that involves thinking, which means that we're going to see it in healthcare, we're going to see it in education, we're going to see it in law enforcement, we're going to see it in government. And for that reason, this will be very difficult to oversee. And we need everyone's help to be able to oversee the deployment of artificial intelligence in every sector of society. But what does overseeing entail? It means that everyone has to have a basic understanding of artificial intelligence, how it is developed, and more importantly, the risks that are associated with its use. There's another reason why artificial intelligence is very different from previous technological innovations. And that reason is the way we are creating and developing artificial intelligence. The raw ingredients for artificial intelligence, as people know, are the data, real-world data. And real-world data reflects all the structural inequities, all the legacy systems that we know have created and preserved the disparities that we see now. So consider this. There is a fundamental flaw in the way we are building artificial intelligence in that we are evaluating them according to accuracy against real-world data, both the good and the bad that are reflected within those data. So if we are not careful, all we will be doing is cementing the inequities that we're seeing in our societies. So we need to be more creative. And I could tell you we do not know yet how to build artificial intelligence. The way that we are progressing is, I think, perfect recipe for the problems to be forever encrypted in the algorithms that we are creating. So how do we move forward? We said that everyone here needs to have some basic understanding of artificial intelligence. The problem is artificial intelligence is moving so fast. And because of that, there will be no experts in artificial intelligence. There will only be collective wisdom. So everyone has to participate in teaching each other, in learning from each other. And this is very unprecedented. We've never done something similar to this. There are always experts who would inform and dictate how the technology is being deployed, how the technology is advancing. And right now, there is a concerning trend that industry is taking the lead in terms of pushing artificial intelligence forward. And we know what the bottom line of industry is. It's not going to be improving population health. It's going to be making profit. So somehow we need to grab the steering wheel from the industry. We need to grab the steering wheel from those in power because they're going to use artificial intelligence to be kept in power. So with that as an introduction, we would like you to really be participating. You will hear a lot of questions. You will hear a lot of issues and problems. And we need fresh ideas to address them. I keep saying that the people who created the problem and who are preserving the problem, and that includes me, cannot solve the problems that we are going to present to you now. We need people who are not entrenched in the system because you will have the fresh ideas. You will have a different set of blind spots. Those who are sitting at the table, we have the same blind spots because we train in the same institutions. So we cannot see the problems that will arise or that we can preempt as we continue this journey. So the students will have to take a huge role. And that's why I am thrilled to see a lot of the students coming to this event. And we're hoping that this is, of course, just the first event. In future events, we want the students to actually take the lead in organizing the workshops, in organizing the panel discussions, because we want to hear from you. The way we are doing this, I think, is all wrong because we're just continuing what we have been doing for the last 100 years, and we know that that will not produce the outcomes that we are hoping to achieve. So with that, I'm going to pass on the microphone to Fred again, and I hope you enjoy the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. That was nice. Well, I have something here to ask. If you have an answer for it, you win yourself a prize. Why did AI go to school? Why did AI go to school? If you have the answer, I have a prize for you. If it is very hard, then we will continue. Well, yes, someone has an answer? You can tell us something interesting, no worries. Should I bring this? Okay. Why did AI go to school? Guys, get the reasons from the source.
To aid in research and innovation at times and at some point.
Pardon?
To aid in research, mostly.
Yes. Why did AI go to school?
Well, I think it needed to learn. That's the reason it went to school.
Why did AI gender balance? Guys, we need some female soft voices.
I think the reason as to why AI went to school is to solve problems, because there was much of human error. So the AI decided to go there so as to minimize those errors and solve the problem. So it is in form of relearning. So it relearns to ease the process of solving problems.
Okay. One last one, gender balance. Gender balance, gender balance. Where are the females, females, females? Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. I think it went to school to test itself to see if it could actually output what its being it does.
Okay, any other lady? That was a good answer. Okay, nice. You got a round of applause. Great. Anyone wants to add on something?
AI went to school for deep learning.
Is adding on interesting things. Well. That's a joke. AI never went to school because it is not a person. Yes. Right now, I want to invite Professor Bua, who is who is going to give us an overview. So it was a joke that was to tickle us to see if we are able to speak something about AI, and indeed we've managed to say something about AI, and we are not so bad. I think it's really good. So right now I will welcome Professor Bua. He's here in very many positions. He's here as the Vice Chancellor of MBARARA University of Science and Technology, but he's also here as the PI or Principal Investigator for the MBARARA University Data Science Research Hub. So, Professor, you're welcome.
That's why it was abandoned. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Three MPIs. Jessica Heber, please stand there. Jessica Heber, and Leo Anthony Selly. Leo is from MIT, and Jessica is Harvard, MGH, and which other place again? Because you hop a lot around. And I'm from MBARARA University of Science and Technology. So I welcome you and thank you all for coming to this symposium. Which is really was an attempt to introduce you, the students, to what we are trying to do. Means that the National Institutes of Health wanted to provide funding that would support African scientists to engage in data sciences. Africa apparently is not up to the talk right now in data sciences. Not that we know nothing about it, but that even if we know something about it, we have not taken it seriously. We're not interested to become part of it. So we need to wake up, and the best form of us getting people, Africa, to be part of data science is get you young people to be part of it. We are getting into it in the evenings of our life. That's good, but not good enough. We want you, the young ones who are just rising up in your career, to be part of data science. Because that is what is going to define your life. That is what is defining the world today. Data is all kinds of information that is gathered. You might want to
think of data as something so discrete. But data is everything in life. Information that is gathered and systematically collected can be referred to as data. For us, in this particular project, we are interested in medical images. That's our data. We are interested in collecting medical images, images from health conditions, be it cancer, cancer of the breast, cervical cancer, be it eye problems, which we are going to touch about briefly, radiological problems diseases that can be picked up from radiological images, chest x-rays. Those who are in the medical school, I think by this time, 3rd, 4th, 5th years by now, you have encountered x-rays, all right? Chest x-rays, leg x-rays, name it, all right? So all these form sources of data. In other fields, it is numbers. They're collecting numbers. Weather reports. Today the temperature is 26 degrees, tomorrow it is 27, the next day it is 30, and so on and so on. All this you're collecting and compiling it as information. That's data for the weather people. The rain pattern in the country, and so on. The number of road accidents, you go to the police, you collect data. How many traffic accidents has happened in a year? And the police will provide that report. So if you systematically collect this information, that's what we are referring to as data. So if you delve into it, to begin to analyze, you collect, and you're just not collecting a few, you collect masses and masses of this information. So now you're talking of big data. So how do you go about analyzing this big data to provide you with useful information? 2, information that changes your practice, that gives you deeper understanding in what you want to do. And the tool that is available for us today is these gadgets we're having all over here. You have laptops, you have your phones. These days they are computing devices. These are the tools we're going to use. And we have people who spend their life looking for the best method to be able to analyze this. Programmers. They're calling them data scientists. But they're doing it on behalf of the people who require the information to change their practice, to improve their practice. So that's where you come in. We are not bringing you in to become a data scientist, but we want you to understand the role of data science. So that when you become, what is my favorite student here? Yes, you. Yeah, you're looking behind. directors. The PD stands for program. Here from MBARARA University, I already introduced Dr. Leo Seli and MBARARA from MGH and Harvard. So we have a team that helps the local management. We are calling ourselves directors. They have directors, Dr. Wakida and myself as the hub director and Dr. Wakida as the deputy director. Then, of course, we have different structures for managing. So you have the data management and analysis core. I'm going to talk something a little more about them. They are the ones, actually, the group that brought you here today, the data management and analysis core. We have different research projects. I don't know whether it is distorted, why it is distorted on there, but it is clear on my screen here. So we have the research projects. One of them is about the gynecological problem, which is cervical cancer. The other one is, now the cervical cancer project has two sites, in Uganda and in Ghana. So this gentleman who performed fantastically with the harmonica here is Dr. Thomas Kony from Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, was the one who was playing the harmonica. So all the way from Kumasi in Ghana. Then, okay. Is that able to show better? I've got 3 screens to look at. Okay. No, now you're... now it is... yeah, you sort that out. Okay. Right, that's better, I think. No. Yeah, just central, that one. Okay, so the one that was not very visible is the ophthalmology project being led by Dr. Simon Aronga. And then, of course, we have introduced pilot projects, and I'm going to talk about them briefly. Each of these projects are supported by project coordinators, both in Uganda here and in Ghana. Even for the pilots, we also have coordinators. They respond to the hub administrator. Is Samantha around? She's not around here now this morning. Of course, because it requires moving money around for activities, we also have accountants that help us to work both at the project level and also at the institutional level. I've just talked about the leadership, that the MPIs, the hub directors. The next level of management is the Program Implementation Committee. Now, all the core investigators for the 2 projects and the pilot projects, and then us in the administrative core form the MPIs form the Program Implementation Committee. Now, in addition, in this grant, we have the Scientific Advisory Board, people who have been selected because of their capacity to provide extra expertise that we need in either data science, implementation science, and other specific areas. And we are expecting one of the Scientific Advisory Board members who is still in transit. I think it should be probably around maybe a half an hour now to arrive. He has had a difficult journey to come. Dr. Steve Battles will be arriving shortly. But the other one who is present in-house is Betty Mabisi. Ms. Betty Mabisi is one scientific advisory board members. Then we have the others who have failed to come. Valencia, who had, I think, some family problem and in the last minute failed to come. The chairperson is Dr. Kumbu Kalua from Malawi. He also had another commitment and he gave his apology and was not able to come. We have Dr. Birohanga. Dr. Birohanga is an obstetrician, but I think he's busy somewhere right now and he failed to come as well. So those are the 5 scientific advisory board members that we have. But in addition, we also have the scientific officers from the NIH who are part and parcel of this grant. And they participate in the program implementation meeting, and sometimes they also attend the scientific advisory board meeting whenever it is possible for them to attend. So that is how closely this project works hand in hand with officers from the NIH. And that's the very reason why Dr. Brad Newsome is here in this hall attending this particular symposium, although he is the program officer for the grant. Now, how do you explain who a program officer is? I will leave that to Brad to explain when the opportunity comes. But he makes decisions on what to be funded and then oversees how that grant, the various grants that he has funded, that he has supported, or should I say not supported, but the various programs that he has recommended for funding. And he oversees them all. This grant, referred to as the U52, is referred to as a cooperative grant, meaning both the grantee and the grantor work closely together to see how the grant is running. They discuss the outcomes, if there's need for midway fixing the plane in mid-flight. That has happened a lot in this grant. And so, because sometimes we meet challenges. In other grants, you get money and you do pretty much everything you do, you give your report. And the funder just waits for the report. But in this case, the funder is part and parcel of running the grant. Talked already about management, and I said that for us, we go about facilitating the implementation of the grant as well. We oversee interaction between our project and that of the bigger DSI Africa, because there are 7 research hubs, but overall 38 grants have been awarded under this DSI Africa. All those need to work together, and it is coordinated in Cape Town by the coordinating center who is based at the University of Cape Town. And the coordinating center has this responsibility of making sure that all the grants under DSI Africa have a deliverable, and they're working together with each other, and also involving other NIH staff that are. I've talked about the Scientific Advisory Board, and I think that is all there. Administratively, we have the administrative core that runs, that is responsible for ensuring that for us internally, the grant is running as planned. And this administrative core is where I sit as the hub director with my deputy, Dr. Okida, and working with the team, the administrator, the grant administrator, and the other coordinators, centrally ensuring that we handle issues of how funds are coming in, how funds are accounted for, what activities have been planned and how they have been carried out. So at the same time also preparing, communicating results, reporting on accomplishments, reporting on challenges that have been encountered, and pretty much working together with the NIH team so that any challenges are addressed in time and making to ensure that the project continues to run as required. I did mention that one of the things that the administrative core does is to bring on board pilot projects. Because initially when the grant was written, we had research cores. And the two research cores, I'm going to talk about them later, were the cervical cancer and the ophthalmology or the retinal disease that the ophthalmology people are working on. That was originally in the grant. But the administrative core was to ensure that other pilot projects are brought on board related to data sciences as well. And this, we have been able to offer 4 two-year pilot projects. The first one we offered in the year 2 of the grant, and the other 2 we just offered in the year 3 of the grant. We also need to ensure that other research areas grow. Not necessarily those who are going to work with us, but to encourage other scientists, clinicians to apply, because there are been calls coming in, and we encourage you, researchers, to be able to apply in different areas of health-related field, because that's what we are working in. But of course, I'm sure that with some time we may bring on board somebody who's going to say, no, I'm interested in data for maybe malaria. Yesterday we were talking about malaria in Uganda with Brad. And it is a disease that is killing us. And I'm sure there might be need for somebody to bring on board data that is related to malaria, HIV, and things like that. So although currently we are interested in images, medical images, but I'm sure there are other health-related data that we can bring on board later. We also want to bring on board you, the students, to build your career, career enhancement. That's what we want to do, both research and career enhancement for you and other faculty, junior faculty, postdocs, and so on. We want to build your capacity to be able to carry out data science research within our setup, within Africa. So that's what we are setting up to do, and that's why you have been brought on board here. Working with the African Coordinating Center to ensure that we connect not within here, not within Uganda only, but other institutions in Africa. That is the aim. That's what we are trying to do. But of course, sometimes we know that the connecting between institutions has challenges. A cross-border connection also has its own challenges, regulatory things that we must come to bear with. Sometimes in some countries do not allow cross flight of data from their country to other country. So that is some of the things that we want to bring on board. We are trying to encourage mentorship, and when Leo asked you, the trainees, to stand up, and your presence here is one form of mentorship that we want you to begin to interest yourself in. When you participate in a symposium like this, you get to hear things, and you begin to develop ideas which later on you want to work on, to work with. So that's one of the things that we are trying to do, and trying to ensure that in this grant, there is another aspect of it, of implementation science. Now, within the institution, we have had introduction, and I would say the pioneer for introducing implementation science in MBARARA University is sitting quietly here. And it is after that people began to realize that there is something called implementation science approaches to research. And many people who are trying to employ those approaches to their research. And you as students, you need also to begin to appreciate that, yes, there are many avenues to get engaged in research. Yes, you can go out in a laboratory, and you sit in the lab and do your research, and you never get to see people. You never get to work with policy. But you realize that whatever you're doing, who are going to benefit from it? For who is going to be the beneficiary of the research you are doing? It's society. So if it involves society, it is important for you to learn what does society need. What is it that influences certain things that are done in society? So that's what we want to impart in you this morning, for you to get to know that you can participate in that. Now, let's briefly touch on the two main research cores that we have that are already working. They're already collecting data, and we're already preparing for, preparing the pipeline to be able to make analysis of the data that is being collected. I talked about the cervical cancer project, which is taking place in Ghana and Uganda, and I've already talked about this too. So far, we've already been able to collect, more than 4,000, and they've already been able to, these are labeled samples. This is the population that they're trying to, the aim is to recruit 4,000 women. So far, they've recruited 2,663, and the images they aim to collect 32, and so far they've collected 21 images. So out of that, 6,000 have been labeled, I think both in Uganda and in Ghana. And what is remaining now is reviewing this data, preparing the data for analysis, developing algorithms, testing them, and then seeing how it can be applied to improve practice for the practitioners. They're using some gadgets here to be able to pick the images, cervical images. Those who are medical students have probably gone through that procedure to be able to visualize the cervix. And those images are then uploaded in our data collection repository. And then we are in the process of preparing them for analysis, with a little challenges, but we will get there. But before that, those are done, they need to be properly labeled, annotated, and cleaned, and so on, so that it can be used for testing the algorithm. In the other aspect of this project is they also want to do some geospatial mapping. If a woman turns up in a clinic today and you have detected cervical cancer, where has she come from? Could there be locational incidents where a particular area has many more women turning up with cervical cancer? It will then help the policymakers to try to understand what's taking place in that locality or in that community. They also collect other information which will help guide what is the lifestyle of the people who are coming. Maybe now I won't want to go into that. But there is a lot of other information collected which can then be used to carry out analysis, and that will help to inform policymakers. How can we control cervical cancer? The country, of course, already has embarked on vaccinating young girls by the age of 10. These are primary school girls throughout the country. But the issue is we have not yet vaccinated, the older women have not been vaccinated, and they are part and parcel of our society. So cervical cancer will still be going on for quite some time. So those are some of the other things that this project is aiming to do. It will help us to understand if Karamoja has the highest number of course, when the project expands there, then we need to understand what's going on in that area. The other of the AI project is that they are looking at the funders to try to detect pathology in the retina. And I think that these are the images of the retina. This bright spot is the disc. Yes? I still remember my pathology of ophthalmology. This dark spot here is the macula. Which one is the fovea? The middle part of the dark one is the fovea. Right? So images, for the non-medical students, the eye is just an instrument or a sense organ to detect light. But then they say sight is where? The sight is at the back of the brain. The eye just detects and sends images to the brain. And what we see is what the brain is seeing. It's not what the eye is seeing. So we are interested in pathology that is taking place in the retina. And it can be due to a number of problems. It can be due to diabetes, which, is a big thing now going on in the country. It can be due to glaucoma. It can be due to age. And I think I'm a candidate for that. It can be trauma. Recently, I was being told of somebody who had a retinal dislocate. What did you call it? Retinal detachment. Yes. And you might think you need trauma for the retina to detach. No. Sometimes it just detaches due to very minor, a thing. So all those can be, we can generate images like this one. And these images are some of the collections that we are interested in. And so there is a team there. I don't know, what do you call this gadget? Funders camera, which is mobile, isn't it? So now you can carry it to different clinics and you use. Now, when you used students for imaging, it was not these students. It was those who had completed 5th years. Are there those of you who participated in the image leveling? Is there any of you? Yeah, put up your hands high enough so we can see. Yes, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fantastic. So already you know what I'm talking about. And so you whisper to your colleagues, it was a fantastic experience, that you went through. And so the other component of this grant is the Data Management Analysis Core. And the Data Management Analysis Core is supposed to support the management, integration, interoperability of data sets across the hub, including the hub research projects and all other projects and so on. These are the data scientists that we are working with. But they are not working alone. They are working with the clinicians who are going to be generating the images. What they're trying to do is they are responsible for the pipeline. They are encouraging the capture of the images, the storage, the preparation of these images for development of algorithms, and then analysis, making sense out of these images. Now then the clinicians can now come back and say, okay, so what does it all mean? What do all these images mean? How can we then use these images to improve our practice? So that's the role of the DMAC. And it is important for those of you who are interested in data science to again contact most of the lead for the DMAC is Fred. Fred, you are the one who you are the MC. This guy, yes, Fred, and you have your colleagues here, Rogers, William. Where is Rogers? He's teaching? Yes. Rogers, Mwavu, but he is rich, although the name is Mwavu. He is rich. And William Waswa, is one, and I think others. There are those who are supporting the pilots who are not here. So that is the role that this particular team are playing. And they were responsible for bringing you, the students, here this morning. They are being supported heavily by Leo from Boston, and with two others whom Fred is going to introduce, because I don't want to make a mistake. I think, is it Lawrence? The two guests that came with Leo. Jack and Christine. Jack and Christine. Can you just wave? Yes. Christine is the other one, and Jack? Fantastic. So these are the people who are supporting us, trying to make sense of what we are going to do with the data that we are collecting. They have this jargon things of the processes. They're collecting the data, cleaning the data, storing it, ready for processing, and then for computing, and so on. And I'm not going to go into that because there'll be plenty of opportunity for us to go through that. So that's the MUDSReH project in a nutshell. It is a complex project with different parts, different moving parts, and each moving part is having its own rhythm. But we have to ensure that the parts, the movements are synchronized. They may be having different rhythms, but we have to ensure that they're synchronized. And that's why we say this is one of those complicated projects. But we know that even with the different vibrations and so on, we shall have some form of cohesion and continue to work together. I'm grateful to the NIH, here represented by Brad, our partners, whom I've already talked about, all the various co-investigators, our scientific and advisory board and scientific officers, and of course, we work together with the coordinating center in the University of Cape Town to put together Data Science Initiative in Africa. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. That round of applause is not enough. Please, can we make it stronger? Okay, thank you. I found something interesting here. I think we are going to go for tea. We are going to make it short so that we catch up with the program. I'm reliably informed that tea is ready. And so if we are to catch up with what we have on plan, then but as we go for tea, I would like someone to give us an answer to this question. When you come back from the tea break, what do you call an AI that can predict the future? So as we come back from the tea break, we will strictly have, I think, maximum 25 minutes, maximum, so that we're able to catch up with what is missing. Yes, tea has already been blessed, so take it in good faith. Welcome for tea. Let's try to connect, network, and we catch up within 25 minutes. Tea is just right outside. Okay, see you in 25 minutes.
on Creative Digital Media. We're coming to you live from Las Vegas Hotel. It is actually located here in MBARARA, quite one of those big hotels you want to talk about, coming to the land of milk and honey. And what brings this morning is actually nothing else, but we are diving into deep insights of artificial intelligence and its role. Do we have any role, or does it actually play any role within the health sector? We have seen it, work out in different other sectors. Apart from it being, some new kind of revolution that is taking over the world or something like that. But can we have it, tackle a sector or a field that we believe is actually the most important to the humankind? When we talk about health, definitely it's going to be a very, very deep field. Quite a number of aspects there get to be involved. And today, what brings us here is the MBARARA University Data Science Research Hub. This is located at MBARARA University of Science and Technology. One would say one of those big universities in country Uganda. In case you're watching us from a different country, MBARARA University of Science and Technology ranks number 2 in the country, and not for many other reasons, simply because they weren't ranked number 1 perhaps has been here for many years compared to the university. But when it comes to science and technology, we have seen MBARARA University of Science and Technology come at the forefront. If you remember the crisis of COVID-19, MBARARA University of Science and Technology came and was all over the news because of what we termed as COVID-X, and this was a big, big relief. This definitely was a game changer, instilled some confidence within natives. It was a confidential kind of card playing at the country's, needs to make sure that residents or citizens actually ways of actually achieving some of these, complex kind of both technical and one would call theories or text formats and the rest. AI is coming to prove. We're talking about, I think the most common one of recent being ChatGPT. You remember that almost each and every scholar right about now is going to be able to refer to ChatGPT for, different facts, but also putting together all that they are actually writing in one way or another. Go for codes, go for research, go for all these fields. AI is coming at play. And can we be able to, transform these technologies to the area or field of health? And I'm telling you, when you come back to the Africa statistics, an average African is going to be able to spend over 60% of their riches, back to health expenses, medical expenses in particular. Someone is actually willing to, kind of sell their property just to make sure that they actually work on their health. And that is the power of AI. And that is what you want to be. That is the power of health when you come back to here in Africa. So could, AI come at play to be able to, find some solutions that will make it easy for an African, and we get some of these solutions coming to the market. Now, I want to again reiterate that this one is the very first of its kind, and it is actually dubbed the first AI for Health Symposium. And if you were to actually check, quite a number of people welcomed it, in anticipation of every other good thing. Talking numbers, we had around 125 male, applying, and around 32 females applying for this very, very symposium, and that looks like 100% attendance for this afternoon, in case you are actually watching us from wherever you are watching us from. This is to also tell you that, around 36% of the applicants were actually coming from the computing field, we know this is largely the part or a field where AI is going to be able to thrive. We had around 19% coming from the biomedical engineering side, and a very, very good percentage. We're talking about 40.12% of the applicants for this very, very symposium coming from the medicine side or medical side, and that definitely comes without surprise, because we are talking about AI for health, and definitely you would want to believe that most applicants would definitely be able to come from this very, very field. Now, we had a few programs since morning, and we had some developments that came around. The symposium actually started at exactly 8 a.m. And if you can be able to hear in the background, this is actually resuming shortly. Started at exactly 8 with arrival, and of course anthems could later go, and later we actually had a review of this MBARARA University Data Science Research Hub, and this review was led by the Vice Chancellor, Prof. Oboa. We will be able to take you back to the venue and resume with the symposium very, very shortly. And what you could be able to know is that up next is actually panel discussions, with topic 1 being on data science for healthcare challenges in Africa, and we will be seeing Dr. Simon Arunga and Dr. Eska Abera. All these come to lead this very, very session. Topic 2 will be large language models, and we will be looking at opportunities and risks of harm. Rogers Mavu and Brenda Ainomcha will be able to lead this, moderated by Jack Galifan. And then later, topic 3 will actually be innovating in health, learning from past mistakes. Definitely, all this could be able to come through. Kathy Mole, Valencia Compson, also modulated by Dr. Joseph Ngonzi, and that will be our other panel discussion there. The fourth topic being how do we teach a rapidly advancing field, data science. This will be actually led by Christine Fernandez and Edith Wakida, moderated by Michael Mole. And then after that, we'll be able to have the participants, go for lunch and the likes. And immediately after that, we expect to have different breakout sessions, or what one would call parallel sessions running. And we will be able to welcome, for instance, our workshop 1 will be under the theme Introduction to Health Language Models, and this will be led by Jack Garifant and a math student who will definitely we will be introducing that to you. We will also later hear from Dr. Waso later, and this will be, addressing introduction in medical computer vision and all these. Later, we also have a workshop around case studies in ethical use of artificial intelligence, and this will actually be led by Leo Anthony Selly and also Teddy Kwaga. I will be able to link you back to the activity live. We are coming to you live from Las Vegas, remember, and the the after break session. We are going now for our panel discussions, and that is right about now. Thank you very much.
We are eager to see and hear what's in store for us.
Yeah, thank you so much, Fred, and I take this opportunity to welcome you back from the break. So thank you so much, Fred, and I really thank the previous speakers for the excellent presentation that really offered. So I'm sure that we all know why we are here. We have been hearing about the Data Science Research Hub. I have students that have been asking me about data science. I'm happy that today we have been able to
of data science research at MBARARA University, and please feel free to move outside your labs, outside your departments, and be able to coordinate and partner with the other people working on the different projects. So I take this opportunity to welcome you to this next session, which is going to be a panel discussion. It's going to take us a maximum of 30 minutes. So let me invite my panel members so that they can come and join me here. Thank you. So it's going to be an open discussion. Please feel free to contribute. It's about data science in Africa. What are some of the challenges? So it's going to have 3 sessions, and the first session is just going to be introducing to you my panel members, but I'll let them introduce themselves to you. I'll start by introducing myself. I'm Dr. Waswa William. I'm a biomedical engineer and a data science specialist. I'm a senior lecturer at MBARARA University, and I head the Department of Biomedical Sciences and Engineering, and I'm happy that I've seen biomedical engineers around. So if you're a biomedical engineer, please, may I see your hand up? Any biomedical engineering? Oh, I see quite a number of them. Thank you. And if you're a master's student in biomedical engineering, any master's students? Oh, that's very interesting. So I'm really happy to see other departments coming on board, not only the computing, but data science, clinicians, business. I'm sure we have some people from business, so that's really very, very good. So I'll be chairing this session, and let me invite my panel members to also introduce themselves to you.
Okay, good morning. Good morning. Okay, we're all energized. We just had tea. Okay, great. So as William said, my name is Jessica Haberer. I am an internist, so I'm a medical doctor. I'm also a professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School. I live in Boston, but I have a second home here in MBARARA, so thank you all for welcoming me. I've been coming to MBARARA for about 15 years, so I feel very welcomed and at home here. And I'm glad to be with you all today to talk about data science. So I am not what I would call a data scientist, but I am very curious. And I love to think about new technologies, new ways of doing the kind of research that we want to do. And so that's why I'm doing data science, and I'm learning a lot as we go. And it's fantastic to see so many of you in the room. You just asked about people being biomedical engineers and so forth. I would like to have the women in the audience stand up. So if you're a woman, stand up. Thank you, Edith. Not you. You're not a woman. Okay. Everybody take a look. What are we missing here? So I think, please, you can see, well, everyone clap for women. I think, let's do that. But I think to Leo's point earlier today, we have to think about getting people involved in data science. We have to think about the voices that are being heard. And there are not enough women voices based on the number of women I see in this room.
everyone. So, I'll now come to my panel members, especially to Dr. Simon. Dr. Simon is an ophthalmologist who has been in the field of the eye care for so long. When data science became a hot cake, he said, I need to participate. And I'm happy that for the last 3 years, you have really participated and been a key member in data science. So based on your experience as an ophthalmologist, what are some of the lessons you have learned in the implementation of data science in health care?
Yeah, thanks, William. You know, when we started thinking about this thing of data science, I remember we had a conversation with Professor at one of the hotels in town, and we're talking about, you know, this whole big opportunity, and we wanted in on the action. And all I thought was, it's all about images. Yeah? If I have images, that's it. And thinking about it, that to me was, let me collect as many images as possible, and I'll be a data scientist. So we collected the images and then realized it's like, you know, how many have done mountain climbing? So when you do mountain climbing, they tell you just aim for the peak. So you spend all your energy aiming for the peak, and when you're at the peak, you realize you have to go back down when the muscles are already tired, and it's more painful. But it's beyond images, I should say. I have really appreciated the value of working with the data engineers, Jessica, and the role they play to help us understand these things in a more powerful way than I ever imagined, really. And just my mind is opening up to the opportunities that we can, you know, harness through all this. As clinicians, we're at the front line, we have the data, but I feel this gives us a much powerful way to utilize our information. I come from a research background as, you know, basic epidemiology, where, you know, you have zeros and ones, and the analysis is pretty straightforward, you know. I'll collect this data, I will do median, I will, you know, do some comparison tests. But I've been in calls with guys from MIT, and they're talking about things, I'm like, what is that? You know? But really, really appreciating the value. Yes, the resources in terms of the data, but what this can bring to the table, I think is really, we are on the edge of something very powerful, and really excited to be part of this movement.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. So that's very interesting to see you knowing that data science is not just about images, but it's a process.
Yes.
Data science, it's a tool that you need to use. So from your submission, where do you see data science in the health care? Not only in your field as an ophthalmologist, but where do you see data science in health care in the next 5 years? Because these students are researchers. We do not want them to invest their time working on something maybe that may not be very, very hopeful. So for you, the students and researchers, please listen to him as he shares with you his insights where he sees data science in the next 5 years in health care.
Yes, you know, I watched a Hollywood movie long ago, Jessica. It was about time travel. And it's about this guy who has come from the future, and at the end of the movie, this guy asks him, so, any advice on what I should do? And he turns and tells the guy, and sorry to my American friends, he turns and tells the guy, study Chinese. So the point is, what I'm telling you to the young, you know, upcoming bioengineers and what, there's a lot of opportunity in, you know, data science and AI. And well, I'm not going to do another PhD in data science, but definitely that's something that that's something I would say. In terms of the data that we see, there are lots of opportunities, William, on how to use this data. You know, coming in, we wanted to, let's collect retina images and use them to develop an algorithm that would help us to, you know, diagnose diabetic retinopathy. But the more I think about it, it's really beyond that. And I was just discussing with Brad yesterday, opportunities even into infectious conditions, how to optimize care, how to improve outcomes, as well as prediction. So Fred told us about what do you call an AI that can predict the future. I think I would call it AI, because that's what it does. But there is really, really opportunity in predicting many things just by having pieces of data science together. I mean, who is going to get a stroke, who will die, who will, who is likely to get this particular condition. And I fear one of the things that there might be, especially industry, looking at this information and using it in a way that might increase the disparities. For instance, if I can take a retina picture of someone and tell that this person is going to have a high risk, for mortality in the next few years, I'll make that person pay higher on the premium because he's a high risk, like how they assess high risk drivers, and then you have to pay higher because you're most likely to get into an accident. So those are the things, and I'm really happy that as the clinicians we are in on the action, and I think that is the way it should be.
Thank you so much. Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. So for the upcoming researchers, I think you have got insights of where you see AI, data science in the healthcare in the next 5 years. So these are always good opportunities for you to always work with the clinicians, get the actual challenges. So that's very good. Thank you so much. Maybe before I switch to my other panel member, I'll just give you some history. The first time I heard about data science, I want to first ask Professor Leo to first wave to the audience. So that gentleman there, you see, actually introduced me to data science in 2010. It was during my undergraduate at MBARARA University, and introduced a course called MUDSReH course. And during this course, wow, I was hearing terms that were just making no sense to me. So it was actually after that MUDSReH course, I said, I need to take up data science. I need to specialize and become an expert in machine learning and artificial intelligence. And I'm really happy of where I've reached from the MUDSReH course. So please, when you have opportunities to collaborate, network, please do not take them for granted, because sometimes the things that make you unique are things you study off your curriculum for 4 years or 3 years. So please, once you get these comments, clinicians, feel free to show interest and partner with them so that you can actually become somebody different or work on a project that really solves a community challenge. So I'll switch to my other co-panel member. So Professor Jessica is an expert. Just raise up your hand. I'm not going to ask you. I've seen a training. Some of you are training, implementation science trainings, but I'm going to actually end here. So, implementation science is also an approach, is a methodology that's being used. I want to talk more about it because I'm also still a student of this methodology. But I see it has a lot of potential. So I would really want Jessica to try and tell us, try to integrate the two. How do you see implementation science, or how do you think it can practically be used to enhance data science research projects in healthcare in Africa.
So this is really exciting. We are at the intersection of two very new fields. And I think that's such an opportunity. It might feel a little scary to go into new fields that you don't know anything about, but I always love to think of challenges as opportunities. And what a great place to be, and what a great place to be doing it here in Africa. Does anybody have a guess as to how much of data science is based in Africa? And what % of data that's being used in data science now is coming from the continent? Any guesses? Someone be brave. Simon, tell me what you think. How much?
I feel the contribution Africa is making is very little. Maybe what, 5%?
Is he right? Higher? 1%? In the back. Rogers, is that you? What % do you think? So I hope everyone could hear Rogers, because he's absolutely right. This is a great opportunity. It's a great time for Africans to be developing your own data, to answer your own questions, so you don't have to have people like me come. You can do this without me, which would be great, although I want to come visit, because I like it here. So the answer is 2%. 2. So maybe 2 months ago, I went on to PubMed. Does everybody know PubMed? Okay. So PubMed is a great repository for scientific publications. And so it's not complete. There are lots of people who don't speak English, and so often they don't end up in PubMed, and that's a whole nother problem we can talk about some other time. But it's a good example of what's out there. And I searched for data science, Africa, did all my search terms, and it was 2% of articles came from the continent. So yes, that's a problem, but it's also an opportunity. So I'm really thrilled to see this group here today learning about what data science is, and also including implementation science. So I won't poll the audience. I think we've done a lot of that. I think it's clear that implementation science is new. And in some ways, it isn't actually that new. Implementation means doing things with interventions, with procedures, with programs. And we've been doing that for as long as we're people, right? We're always trying to improve what we do. But sometimes we don't know how well it works. Sometimes we don't know if what we're implementing is actually changing anything. And so implementation science is a way to add rigor to what we do, just like we do in any other area of science, whether it's data science, epidemiology, whatever. We have our systems, we have our metrics, we have our outcomes, and we have our analysis. So implementation science is a way to take an evidence-based intervention. So you've developed something already, we know it works, but we're not really sure how well it's being used, or we're pretty sure it's not being used, and we have to figure out how to make that happen and then measure it along the way. So I don't think we have time on the panel for a full intro to implementation science, but we do have implementation scientists here at MUST. Dr. Akita, do you want to wave? So Dr. Akita is a local expert, so I definitely recommend you talk to her and build on her experience with implementation science. You have a whole training grant funded by Fogarty, thank you, for education around implementation science in certain non-communicable diseases. But there are trainings out there in this discipline to learn how to use different models, theories, frameworks, different analytic techniques where you can take an evidence-based tool and just figure out how do we actually go from that science into reality, which is, to me, kind of the ultimate goal. You know, I'm a clinician. I like to see patients get better, and they're not going to get better if we can't implement the tools, the drugs, the counseling, whatever the intervention is. If we can't actually bring that to patients, we haven't made that much of a difference. And corollaries to that exist in data science. So we could come up with the greatest algorithm in the world, and as data science nerds, we'd be really excited about that and be, you know, really intrigued by this methodology and the code we use and all of that. But if it doesn't change policy, if it doesn't actually make a difference, particularly in healthcare, which is what I can speak to with some confidence, not necessarily agriculture, whatever, but I think the lessons apply. But if we can't implement those algorithms, then what are we doing? So I think having implementation science married with data science, again, is such an opportunity. And I'm really thrilled that this grant is able to implement both of those together. The implementation science is that kind of second step, but we're thinking about it as we're doing the data science, so the data science is primed for that implementation. So we're integrating it all together, and I think it's really going to increase our ability to have impact. So, thank you.
Wow, very interesting. Let's marry these methodologies to solve our challenges, because our challenges are so complex to be solved by just a single approach. So that's the reason why interdisciplinary working as a team is really key to ensure that we can solve our local challenges. So still, I think I'll come back to you for one more question. But before I come to you, maybe then just ask anybody from the audience. And I want to ask an administrator. So I want to ask one question to anybody who's an administrator in this office, or sorry, in this audience. But Dr. Edith is the deputy director, so you're an administrator. So I'm going to ask you one question. If you have carried out a study among maybe your staff, and you identify that maybe late coming is one of the challenges you have seen that maybe is leading to less outputs, what could be some of the solution? Maybe just one solution maybe you would put in place to say the challenge I've identified is late coming. So this is my solution.
I wouldn't quickly put a solution in place. I would want to find out what is causing the late coming.
Very good. Let me ask one engineer, a computer scientist. Let me look for one of the best. No, I don't know who's the best. So let me just randomly pick any engineering student. I think this is an engineering student. If you have been employed at a hospital as a biomedical engineer and you really identify that maybe late coming among the clinicians is becoming key, what are some of the solutions you would propose?
I think one of the first one we need is knowing. But remember, to provide the solution, you have to know the problem and what's causing the problem. And then maybe you would put shifts that favor these people. There is someone who has struggled to make it at 8, you can give them a 10 a.m. shift. And then those that can make it at 8, you give them the 8 shift. Then they can leave at different times when they are done with their shifts. Thank you.
Okay, so let's clap for them. Their responses have been key. So that's really excellent. What I thought they would say was, I'd put a fingerprint, I'd put an AI machine, I'd put a robot, isn't it? Because many of us, every time we have challenges, we are looking for the solution, isn't it? Which is really not the right approach. First, know why is the problem. Now let's look at data science. Yes, it is a method. It's a technology that can help us solve a lot of our challenges. But let us also know that data science may not be the solution to everything we have, to all the problems that we have. So I would really want to ask Jessica, from your experience, so what do you think data science can and cannot really do in healthcare system in Africa?
So that's a great question. Data science, as I said, it's really exciting. But we were just talking over tea how in some ways data science is like a shiny object, right? It's the latest thing. We're all attracted to the latest thing. And so we want to throw AI into whatever we're doing because it's cool. Maybe we'll get funding, we can get published, we can brag to our friends that we're doing AI, but it doesn't do everything. And so the way I think about it, again, I'm not a data scientist, but I really like working with data scientists. And I think for me, I look to data science to do what my brain can't do. So I know how to look at a problem in clinic or maybe in clinical epidemiology, which is what most of my own research is in. But I know how to do those sorts of things. But what if I wanted to explore something much broader than that? We were talking also at T about predicting behavior change or like helping people understand what their desires are and what they want to do in ways that they can't just by thinking about it. But I have a study in Kenya with some colleagues there where we're looking at WhatsApp messages. And we are, first of all, figuring out how to do it ethically, because there's a lot of concerns in data science about the ethics of accessing data. But once we figured out how to do it ethically, what we are going to do is look for patterns of use. So this is information that nobody's really looking at, but our phones tell us a lot about what we do. Who do we talk to? What do we talk about? How often do we engage? And we can do this in, again, an ethical way, anonymized, and so forth. But that's a question that my brain can't answer. So the data science comes in by looking at the data and what does the data tell us that just asking somebody can't do that. So that's how I think about it. I'm sure other people who are working in data science could give you other ideas, but I think the temptation to just throw AI onto a question is there. It's really shiny. It's really intriguing. But data science may not be the answer. So when you're trying to think of what's a question that the data can guide, I think that's a great way to think about the application of data science. Or if you happen to have a very large data set and you're pretty sure something's going to come out of it, that's another good place to start thinking what data science could do. But for myself, that's how I'm using it.
Excellent. So please, data science is a great tool, but let us not put it everywhere and thinking that it's going to solve everything. You need to really package it very well. The better, the earlier you know how to package data science, the best we can actually be able to judge it if it's really helping or if it's not helping. Because if we think it's supposed to do everything, then we may actually underscore its performance. Yet it has a lot of potential. So I'll open up the floor for discussion. We have just 10 minutes. And I'll really invite the audience. If you have any specific question for any panel member here, before we throw questions to you. So if you have any specific question to a data scientist, yes, it's something new into my hand. Yes. Yes. So any questions? Contributions? You may not ask, but you may contribute to a discussion. It's also okay.
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you so much, panelists, for the discussion. I'm really curious to understand, first of all, what problems are prevailing in the health sector that technology can solve, and then what particular challenges have you encountered while trying to implement data science? Because the gentleman, Simon, he talked about let's say data science, collecting images not being everything, but I am particularly very interested. Are there issues with bias? Are there issues with accuracy? Are there, things like that? And then from the adoption perspective, implementation science, I really want to know how the adoption has been of these different technologies outside the health environment. For me, I come from a business environment. I'm a businessman. I run an AI company. We are building chatbots for justice, e-commerce, and real estate. So I want to venture into the health sector, and that would be very important for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So any other questions? Maybe I'll take 3 questions, then they respond to them at once. So any other questions? And the next one has to be a lady, by all means.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, actually, mine is not a question, but just a simple contribution. Of course, as we all get interested in the, artificial intelligence, data science, and all that, one thing I think we should really ensure is the availability of the things to use. Things like internet connectivity, because
good morning. My name is Mercy. When the railway was being built in Tanzania, then known as Tanganyika, for the first time, it spiked off one of the most famous rebellions, the Maji rebellion, because the local people thought that they were building a metallic snake. I believe that that's one of the challenges that is particularly facing Africa regarding the introduction of data science and artificial intelligence and all the technologies. When you look into what is happening in the modern world, things like as simple as record keeping using a laptop, that is something that is not yet here. In our biggest hospital, we still write papers that can be burnt and that can get lost. So the topic today was, in the introduction, there was really an emphasis on the challenges, and I feel that the panel did not really get a lot into the challenges. I am someone who is very interested in technology, especially in the health world, but I request the panelists to highlight what to expect along the way and how do we maneuver when you think this will help a patient, but the patient thinks they are okay anyway. Yeah, I hope my question and concerns are clear. Thank you.
But now there are 2 hands, so what do we do? Just in 1 minute. So that
yeah, just in addition to her question, in the health sector, there is, for example, let's say there is a challenge of the AMR, antimicrobial resistance. Now, in many hospitals or dispensaries, they give out these antibiotics, but there is a challenge of usage, the usage data. If you want to know how are these antibiotics being used. Now, we have the distribution, but the usage part. So it becomes very hard. How maybe they can help us in their side. How do they gather the usage data?
So we are getting more challenges, more questions for research, and that's why we are here. So if you are really a good researcher and innovator, these are all areas. For example, the first person who asked about what are the challenges. So I think you are hearing the challenges from the clinicians themselves. So I think this is the last question, then we shall go back to the panel members.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Chiza Joseph, a computer scientist. While we're airing off, I saw some figures. They were being introduced that out of, we want maybe 30,000 images, but so far we have 23,000, something like that. So my main concern is how do you ensure that the data you're collecting is up to quality and of standard? Like, let's take, for example, these 3 categories. If you are going to the field to collect data, how do you know that because the challenge is, one of them is inconsistent formatting and lack of standardization. So how do you know that the data I'm collecting, how do you standardize it and put it to the quality out there? Then the next thing is, how do you handle the missing or incomplete data you've collected? Then, because we are dealing with health, and one of the things that we try so much to keep upright is the data privacy of patients. So how do you make agreements with them that the data we are going to collect, is it going to be used in a well manner? Something like that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I think our time is up, but I really thank you so much, audience, for this. There's a second panel coming. So just reserve that question. Is it okay? So I'll hand over to the panel, because I think we are not doing well in terms of time. And I've summarized the questions for me, but I'll give back to them to give their responses, and see if there are some questions not responded to, I'll try to give maybe a summary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really brilliant questions. I'll try to answer some of them. So, speaking from my experience, I mean, I agree with Dr. Grace. The challenges are several, really. But again, like Jessica said, these are opportunities. And what we have control of, we can. So, I mean, we have some people who participated in. So once we collected our images, we're, running our 60,000 images until Michael gave me the math. So Michael is our collaborator from the US, Michael and Catherine. Thank you for coming. So the math is 375 days. So what is that? That means for us to use these images, the very first thing we need to do is to attach labels on them. Say, this is an abnormal image, this is a normal image, based on what we know as clinicians. So it means someone has to get into the image and attach a label before we present these images to the machine to learn. So having 60,000 images and wanting the labelers, very, very bright young doctors, to download these images and attach labels, it was taking each one 3 minutes to do that. So if you do the math into how many hours that would take, and ultimately how many days that would take, that's 375. Okay? Why? Because of the internet infrastructure. Now, where I sit, like from how I see it, I believe we still have a number of things to get into in place as Africa. That's infrastructure, things like internet, computing power, We don't really even have a center here where we can do all this processing unless we collaborate with our friends from the US to be able to utilize this data set. And you can imagine how big the images are. Now, fortunately, when it comes to data privacy, we have very stringent policies which have been nicely developed. For example, if I'm to share images with Michael and the MIT lab, these images should not be identifiable. I keep the original copy, but they can work with those images without delving into what the identities are. And yesterday you were telling us, actually, some people are working on reverse identification. So I don't know what's going to happen when we reach that level. But these are some of the things we are facing, and we need to do that properly. The second thing is, the lady put it nicely, there has to be a mindset change, cultural change. Do we really even appreciate data fidelity? Like in our hospitals, if you're a clinician and the form says, put the age of this patient, when I'm going to take a retina picture of this patient, and there's a part where I have to put age and gender. Do I actually labor to say, what's your age, ma'am, or sir? Or I just put adult? Or I just leave it as long as there's no red star, I just leave it. We're developing an electronic medical record system with some of the brilliant minds at the university. And I kept telling them, when it comes to biodata, everything put a red star. No one should move to the next step until they have filled this. Because if you leave it optional, people are going to leave it. They're going to skip it. So that whole understanding. So when we're getting into quality, it is helpful when we come in with a research background, because we have to train all our technicians and emphasize the role of quality and the role of data. If I give you money to go and collect pictures, and you bring me pictures I cannot use, that's a waste. You have wasted your time and resources. That's very, very important to think about. And ethics is a very important element when it comes to, data science. Because before we started this project of MUDSReH, we were systematically collecting pictures among people with diabetes to diagnose diabetic retinopathy. And these are people, we had a good number of images, close to 6,000. But these people came into routine care. When they allowed us to take their pictures, they did not know that we are going to get these pictures and feed them to a machine. So we agreed not to use those pictures because they were not ethically sourced. So it's very important to think about that if you're collecting a piece of data from someone, they should know what you're going to use it for, because it's very, very important. And I wish hospitals, we could start thinking about, sort of generic consent. If you're someone who is thinking about using your hospital data for research, what's wrong with if a patient turns up at the hospital, for them to, sign it somewhere, Because when people understand that it's for the greater good, they will really not, very few will say no. But, we would like to collect this data, and in future, we hope to collaborate like this and this, so that you always have that backed up. And when you collect the consents, please keep an electronic copy. As Jessica will tell you. Yeah. So, well, maybe I should I? Okay. So, after we collected, you can imagine collecting these images from everyone who has consented. And one day we wake up, it was a Sunday, at the I department where we were keeping our consent forms and everything. And there's a fire. And for some reason, the fire decides to select the place that we are keeping our. So when we informed the people of the local ethics committee, because Jessica really helpfully insisted that that's something I should do within 24 hours. One of the first things they asked me was, did you lose any data? I said, fortunately, all our data is soft copy. So their main advice was, you also have to back up, the consent forms. They have given us a waiver, but it's a one-off. We cannot report such a thing again that, water destroyed the consent forms. So, you see, these are things, and it might look like dirty linen, but that's what is happening in our houses, and that's something we should be looking into. To the businessman, clinicians, we don't trust you. Yeah, so when you come at us, we are always very suspicious because we know what your intention is. So I think business also needs to find a very good way of being able to interact with clinicians in a way that is not threatening, so that we all know we have shared interests. And I mean, you have just seen from asking, because we have lots of challenges that really industry can help and business can help to provide solutions. So, welcome.
So, thank you so much. I think that's why we need this panel discussion. I think the businessman, you have really had it. Because when you say all the hospitals in Uganda don't have electronic records, maybe, and you say just a few of them have. Why? Solutions are there, but why have they not been taken? So those are the things we need to identify and see how do you solve those challenges? How do you mitigate that fear? So that the technology can reach the clinicians. Thank you.
So I know we're running short on time, so I'll be relatively brief, but I did want to bring a couple challenges up that we haven't talked about. And the reason I want to bring them up specifically is because we have solutions. Those are great challenges to have. Not all challenges have solutions, but these do. So the first one is about education and data science. So one of our biggest challenges, I will say, from the beginning of MUDSReH is to really understand what we're doing. Like, data science is so new. Leo's always saying it changes every 10 minutes. So education is part and parcel of doing data science. And one of the things I've enjoyed so much about this project is learning, like from you, William, about how you see data science and, you know, what exactly is machine learning, what exactly is deep learning, what exactly, you know, and you can go on and on. So it's a lot of fun to continue to learn, and it's an overcomable, like it's a, you know, a surmountable challenge to understand what this is. And so anyone in the room who has not taken a data science course, please take one. You can find them for free on the internet. Leo, there's like MITx, right? Like all these courses that are free from world-class leaders in AI and so forth. There are lots of resources here, like William. I don't know what courses are being offered, but we were talking yesterday about making that kind of a course required. Just like, you know, basic math and English and so forth. It's part of everything that we're going to be doing, like Lara was saying earlier. So one of the challenges is knowing what we're doing. And we've learned a lot through MUDSReH about the data pipeline, and Simon talked about some of the processes. SI Africa Consortium. So this is a huge investment from NIH. All the different institutes in NIH contribute to it. It's a real priority. I'm sure Brad will tell us more about it. But we come together once a year to talk about how things are going. Professor Abua gave an interesting talk where he talked about 3 different Africas in Africa: North Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, and South Africa, and how very different the resources are, and particularly comparing what's going on here with what's happening with the data science projects that are being sponsored in South Africa. And a lot of what was happening in South Africa was, you know, sophisticated tweaks on how to do this algorithm or that algorithm, and really important science. It's fantastic. But we're struggling here with power, internet, like really basic things that make it hard to compete. But I think that is also an opportunity. So you see, this is how I think. This is how I get inspired every morning to get up and do science, because I see all these challenges as opportunities. And I think one of the other really fun aspects and really exciting aspects about MUDSReH is that we're embracing that challenge and becoming the leaders in how to do data science in an environment like MBARARA. I won't do it justice, but I will briefly say what some of the work that William's doing as part of our project is figuring out how to mitigate the data heaviness that is so costly in doing data science, particularly around images. So as many of you know, you're technically minded people, data is costly. You know, it's not just a couple of kilobytes here. We're talking about megabytes, even terabytes of information, particularly if we're looking at complex images. We even talked about trying to manage video, which is going to be very difficult. But there is an opportunity for a creative solution, something called vector embedding. Are you going to be speaking about that later? Maybe? Okay, find them at lunch. But vector embedding is a technological solution to identify which components of the images really need to be processed, need to be on the cloud. And nobody else is really doing that, I don't think, certainly not within the consortium. And this is at the cutting edge of data science in Africa. So even though we may not be tweaking algorithms and doing what some of the other hubs are doing, I think we're innovating in ways that are incredibly important for that implementation piece I talked about before. Because if we can't overcome the limitations of power and internet and so forth, then we can't ultimately apply the algorithms in the clinics, especially out in the very rural areas. So again, this is an opportunity to really innovate that nobody else is going to do as well as it can be done here. So that's an incredible opportunity for us. And the last thing I'll say, because William asked me to, is to talk about, potential for bias in what we're doing. And Leo already introduced the concern, because AI is in many ways, I think of it as a child. I have 3 children. I've raised 3 children. I know what that process is like. And children, only know what we teach them. And they may learn a few things on their own, and I think AI is the same way. If we are feeding AI information, it's also learning our biases. It's learning our limitations. And if we're only focused on accuracy of our algorithms, can we find that retinopathy? Can we do X, Y, or Z with the algorithm? It's just going to replicate what we do. And what's worrisome is it might do that even better than we do. So it might not only be as accurate, it might also be as biased, or even more biased than we are, because all humans are biased. So I think one of the challenges that we're also going to have to innovate around is how to overcome that. And part of that, as Lara was saying earlier, is having everybody involved in the process. So if we're training, we need to train from different perspectives. There need to be clinicians, there need to be data scientists. As I mentioned before, I'm working with ethics. I love working with ethicists around this topic and others, and can go on and on. That was part of my pitch of having more women involved, because there are different things that we need to consider by gender, but there are many, many other dimensions, not just as simple as men or women or African or American, et cetera. So thinking about that diversity from the beginning as we're building our algorithms, and not just dealing with the consequences, because I think that could be a train that just keeps going and gets faster and more dangerous. So I think we can mitigate it, but we have to recognize it and know that AI is like a child, and we have to train it well and raise it well, and we do that best together with a multidisciplinary, collaborative process. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's not enough. Please let's clap for our panel members. Yeah, I know because of time, the discussion would go on for so long, but because of time, we are going to really stop here and hand over back to them. So thank you so much, and thank you so much, my panel members.
Thank you, William and team. That was great. It was a great discussion. And from that discussion, I got a question, actually. Why is AI bad at telling secrets? Anyone with an answer? Why is AI bad at telling secrets? Yes? Okay, seems like a child. Why is AI bad at telling secrets? This one most people should know the answer, really. Why is AI? Yes, Rogers has an answer. Why is AI bad at telling secrets? Too many words. Why is AI bad at telling secrets? Gender balance. We need your thoughts. We need your thoughts. Why is AI bad at telling secrets? The answer is just with you, and he's going to say it. Yes? Why is AI bad at telling secrets? Yes. Why is AI bad at telling secrets? All answers are correct, but I'm looking for the most correct. Why is AI bad at telling secrets? Why is AI bad at telling secrets? The last chance. Yes. Joseph, your hand was up. Why is AI bad at telling secrets? Yes. Betty, why is AI bad at telling secrets? Well, AI is bad at telling secrets simply because it
thinks of open source. Everything is open. So it has no secrets. Okay. How many of us speak more than one language? You speak more than one language? You speak more than one language? No. You can be speaking English, your local language, French. So as long as you speak more than one language, your hand up. Okay, that's... okay, those who speak 2 languages, let me make the scope small. 2, only 2. 3. Oh, wow. Okay, 4. Anyone who goes up to 5 languages? Oh, wow. Okay, so we have some linguistics here. We call the people who do lots of languages as linguistics. Yeah. So the next session is about languages, large language models. This is very interesting because it is one of the areas that ChatGPT is trying to fight to get to some reality. If you would want to confirm, you can do some searches of certain diseases in ChatGPT to give you the local translation. You'll get the response it will give you. Even if you have the 4.5 version, you'll get a certain response. So right now I want to invite Jack to bring on board Leo. Do we do a simple exercise because we've sat for some time? Yeah. Leo is giving us a simple exercise in 2 minutes. Same as yesterday. Can we stand and do 10 squats? It's me counting. Yes, 10. How do you stretch your hands when you're doing a squat? Leo, demonstrate. Okay, 1, 2, 3, we are going down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, you are going with me. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Well, take your seats.
Good afternoon, everyone. Brad, you're a little bit early. You nearly got out of it yesterday and almost today. So thank you, everyone, for being here today. We're going to talk about some very interesting topic here of language models. And I want to invite up the 2 panelists who are with us. We've got both from a clinical perspective. We have Brenda coming from the back, and sat next to her is Rogers. Do you want to both come up and give them a round of applause, please?
processing models that are designed from deep learning architectures, specifically the transformer architecture, with an aim of generating and understanding human-like text based on a pattern and a structure of a vast data. An example could be ChatGPT. Fred was telling you about ChatGPT. And also, ChatGPT is developed by OpenAI. Something Fred gave us an answer to brag around. And also, there is another example, which is BET, developed by Google. These models have really helped in transforming lots of sectors in this world. But to focus on the medical sector, we see that large language models in the developed world are transforming how decisions are made within this sector, hence improving quality of care for people within those populations. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's great. So I think, as you probably have interacted with them, these are these sort of models that you maybe ask a question to, and they just predict what the next word is to say in a sentence, and somehow they're better at humans in a whole range of things, passing medical exams and all these other different tasks, summarizing notes and retrieving different texts, for example. But I'd be interested from the clinical side, at least here, like Brenda, what are some of the, we've heard some of the use cases, like question answer, summarizing, just generally interacting with patients. What are some of the things you see here that LLMs may actually be able to help with, or some of the pain points that you hate about what you're physically doing that it may be able to help with?
Thank you. Yeah, I think the use of large language models would be really helpful in our day-to-day clinical work. Like people were saying about challenges that here in Africa, the starting point is really systems. You kind of do everything manually. Receive the patient, walk them to the consultation room, walk them to the lab, things that a system would just be able to kind of direct through. And then even just writing notes. You go through a 6-hour procedure and then you have to sit for another 30 minutes to write down what you have done. Yet if the system was in place where you know that I've done this procedure, it can kind of predict because it knows what you have done, and maybe you just make a few edits. And that would make it much faster. And because if you went to any facility in this nation, mostly public, you really have a hard time finding data. You went to patient files, went to registers, it's largely missing data. If someone is kind enough, they will write the date, diagnosis, and maybe the procedure was done and that's it. You will never know whether it was left or right. You may not know whether patient was here for 3 days or 7 days. Patient will be on the ward, get care, and might even leave hospital with about 5 lines in their file. This is largely because either there's no motivation to do it, they think the most important thing for clinicians is to do the procedure, and data is not as important. And even for the patient, as long as I've gotten medicine, I don't care whether you have ticked in the file that you gave it to me or not. So if there was a way that the systems would support in building systems, I think it would be very important. And even prompting diagnosis, because it's kind of like you're having a second person thinking with you. If I have 1, 2, 3 symptoms, and then I have a list of 7 possible things, it would be very helpful in supporting clinical care, and could also help kind of the referral system, and also maybe be used by lower cadre people to kind of sieve through the system. When you walk into most of the public facilities, there's a triage area where maybe a nurse is seated and you say your 4 symptoms and they think for you, go to this special clinic. And then when you say my ears and what, go to this clinic. This is something that can be done by using large language models, because you just need to know that 4 things, most likely it's ear, nose, and throat, and you're directed there. So I think it can be very helpful in setting systems in our healthcare, in prompting diagnosis, in research, because like you're really talking about ChatGPT, like a better search engine than Google and so many other things. So it would be very helpful. And yeah, in telecounseling, and telemedicine, I think it's to be very vital. Thank you.
No, that's really useful. I mean, I think anyone who's worked as a physician in here knows how much they hate writing notes and how long it actually takes to physically do. And so if there isn't an incentive to actually write those notes, sometimes they don't get written. And I know in the UK, sometimes they go missing if things don't happen as well, and things like that. So anything that can help with sort of producing those notes, taking some burden off of the physicians, helping them along the way, whether it's prompting some diagnoses or helping with sort of standardizing some of the systems, may also be very important sort of potential applications. And so if we're sold that LLMs are great, can we just sort of deploy them from ChatGPT? Rogers, are you happy? Just any problems with just simply plug and play? Any problems?
Yeah. Personally, I would say we are not ready to embrace them. It's a good technology, but we are not at that level to embrace them. For example, when you look at Africa in general, we have over 2,000 languages. Almost 1/3 of the world's languages are coming from Africa. Yet these models are designed by the developed world, not fairly representing the African languages and culture. So if we just get them from wherever they were developed and deployed into our setting, then we feel like it might not work perfectly because the developers are not part of our direct. They don't know the exact words, how to pronounce the words. We do not have that good data set that can be used to train these models on. Then I will also look at the resources needed to deploy these models. In an African setting, most of our clinics are within the low resource settings. And based on that evidence, we cannot deploy models that need lots of computation power. Yeah? We are also not skilled enough. When I say not skilled enough, I mean this is a tech that is coming from the developed world. We are just embracing it. So we need to build capacity within our communities so that we are able to use these models effectively for the good of our setting. Lastly, maybe I would say we are ill-equipped within our medical hospitals. And you'll find that someone has talked about a health facility without even a computer. So I think there is no way we can say we are ready to take off with such models. So based on those justifications, I think we still have, they are good, it's a good technology, but we need to do much to get where it's supposed to be. Thank you.
No, that's very well said. And so maybe just to highlight what Roger said and why it's so important is, when we think about why having so many languages might be a problem, is the fact that all these models are doing is just predicting the next word. And so we're predicting a next word in a sort of a particular language. And if we don't have any of that particular language that it's trained on, it's not going to think that's a very probable thing to say next. And so it's not going to be very good at communicating in that language. And the other problem is that if you don't have any sort of medical text in that language, it's not going to be able to convert or predict the next token in that language related to that medical problem. And the other thing that you also hinted at is something I'd like to talk to Brenda about, is that we don't have those data sets to sort of train in a particular language or even in this particular context, to be honest. We don't have any sort of real African sort of training data sets for language models. So what are some of the problems you're seeing in terms of the clinical care that you're doing at the moment? Why don't we necessarily have those training data sets? And if we were just to say, we're going to follow you around for a day, and we're going to take all your notes, and we're going to take everything you do. Is that a good idea for using those as a training data set? Are there any problems with how we're practicing at the moment? Are there any sort of, how are we sort of going to need to go about this?
Thank you, Jack. So I think that the starting point is that there's the whole need of clinicians to even embrace it. Because the initial training was, I'm a clinician. All I do is wake up, see patients. As long as I have my coat and stethoscope, I'm good to go. So some clinicians, 50, 60, some 40s, are learning to use the computer now. And then you want to follow him around with your gadgets. They will not understand it. They think that this has come to take over their job. So if you want something to predict, then why am I here? So, thank you. Yes, so there still needs a lot of buy-in and understanding by the practitioners themselves. They have not appreciated that there's a problem. As long as I'm seated in my clinic room, patient walks in, I'm able to treat them, then that's good enough. So there's kind of also the clinicians, first of all, to be brought on board to appreciate the whole story about data science and then what this large model could, the large language models could do to improve the practice. And I keep, certainly, even in our settings, everyone is suspicious. Because we know, like, when you go to the bank and you're applying for a loan, there's always that last page that is very small digits, and then you sign at the end. You never read. So there's that suspicion in everyone's head, the clinician, the patient, what more do these people want from us? So there's a lot of suspicion in everyone's head. So when you bring it to the clinic room, people feel that this is where they can say their stories and their privacy is protected, and now there's a gadget that wants to take care of that. They feel like they're being robbed. So there's need to kind of a reassurance, and also it has to be a true reassurance that actually you're not addressing them. The information is secure as much as it's going to be used to improve science. And then also the accuracy, because you see in medicine, we don't have much margin for error. If it's just a Word document and you're suggesting is for words, it's okay. But if it's a medical diagnosis and you're suggesting something that is like you're cutting between cancer and no cancer, there's no room for error. So people feel like, I want to look at it myself, confirm that it's this, and they may just not trust an application. So I feel like really that's what is on ground.
Definitely, even around the world, there's a lot of distrust, particularly as everything is in the hand of industry at the moment, about where is our data coming from, who's taking it, how is it being used, are you sharing it with anyone else? And I think it's a problem that we need to solve together and have a chat about what do we really want from these models, what are we happy with, what are we not happy with, and we need to be a part of that conversation together, because it shouldn't be decided by the people who are making the money off it, particularly in the healthcare context. And so Rogers is here to take all of our data and train all these language models and take over the world. But what can you do from a technical point of view? What do you think we need to do from a data science point of view to sort of reassure some of these concerns? What can we do about that? Some of these concerns, what can we do about that?
One thing that I think would transform this field by us collecting our own data set. Yeah, data set that fairly represents the African context. Yeah, the available data set, you saw Jessica was talking about that only 2% of African data set is publicly shared. That means we cannot use AI with our own data set, which represents our problems well. So for us to fully embrace large language models, we need to come down on ground, document our languages. I said in Africa we have over 2,000 languages. Fully document these languages, the meaning of the different words, because we've seen variations even in a language. One word can mean so many things. Yeah. When I first came to Western Uganda, someone would tell someone to sit, and I would think that person is talking about squatting. Yeah? And such a confusion. still also goes back to AI. Yeah? So we need to fully document our data set and tell the AI that if you're using such a data set, you are learning Lunyankole. And if you meet such a word and the language was Lunyankole, then this is the response. Then we need to involve the community stakeholders because these are the custodians of the actual language. We need the traditional leaders. Here are the custodians of the language. So we need to go to them, understand how to use these different words so that we do not collect data sets that do not make sense. Then I think there is also need for us to do sensitization. Mercy was talking about the metallic snake from Tanganyika. The same thing can still apply in this context. And you find someone saying, if you use such models, you might end up getting wrong results because they were biased with the first baby training where they used data sets that were not representative of all the population. But even if now you introduce a better data set that will maybe promote the quality of care when you use such data sets, such models, people will be with that kind of bias. So we need also to eliminate that bias from them so that they embrace the technology. And then maybe I'll also talk about something to do with good storytelling, like successful stories. Yeah, we could look at where these technologies have fared well, what benefits have they brought, and how could we also benefit from such a technology if we are to use it here at home. Thank you.
No, that's great. I think that's a really important point. I think something we're very passionate about doing here is trying to build that data set, trying to make sure that everything is very sort of context specific. It's related to here. And as you're saying about trying to say to a model, look, you are using this particular language, and trying to overall just be more transparent about the whole process and saying, this is what your model was trained on. It was trained on either all of Boston or it was trained over here in a particular language for a particular task, and trying to be much more open about that sort of situation. And as you said, we've maybe spoken about some of the downsides of these language models, but I think it's also very important to say that these language models are amazing and are here to stay, that's for sure. And so maybe, Brenda, have you got any sort of success stories or any sort of insight into things that you've heard about or things you want to maybe talk about on the positive side of language models, maybe?
Yeah, certainly it has a number of positives. Yeah, from the clinical work and even from research. Like, we can't stop talk about ChatGPT because it's even us as people learning to research, and it's very helpful. It's very helpful to kind of predict and just put in your million ideas and kind of sieves out for you, and even like links you up to source documents. So it's very important for research, but even for clinical work. Maybe I'll just talk about the project that we are working on, where we're talking about diagnosis of cervical cancer. And we know that it's preventable, yet the biggest killer in Uganda. And, you know, taking people in really slightly lower age groups. And we know that there's chance for early diagnosis. We know that there's possibility of even a 20-year lapse from when you get a pre-cancer lesion to when you get a cancerous lesion. In these 20 years, most likely this woman interfaces with the healthcare system. So she should have an opportunity to have screening. The best screening method is costly, where you have to take off a and we could bring down the cases of pre-malignant cancer lesions and those, certainly the deaths from cervical cancer. So I think there's a big role of large language models in medical practice. Thank you.
And so we've got about sort of 5 minutes left roughly. So what we'll do is we'll ask, I want to know from Rogers particularly what he's most interested in, something that he thinks that we could potentially solve with language models, something he wants to work on after this sort of symposium. And then we'll also just go around and have a couple of questions at the end, so you can start thinking and give them time, okay? So Rogers, what we need to know is, we're going to sort of talk about language models and all these other things today. And at the end of the today, I'm hoping that some people are going to continue on and do some work and try and really sort of build on what we've learned today. Is there something in particular that you're interested in? Something you're excited about? That you would like, if you had a whole load of students who are all of a sudden running to the stage wanting to help, that you would want to work on or have a think about more?
Okay. Maybe to share some of the work that I'm trying to do. I'll start with the hub. At the hub, we are collecting lots of medical data sets, and we are calling on all the researchers in this room to come join us so that we can be in position to change the medical field while using AI within our setting. Then personally, I fell in love with Dr. Lunga's profession, where I'm not a medical doctor, but I'm trying to see how I can use AI to improve how diabetic retinopathy could be diagnosed. It's one of the core things that the hub is looking at. But I'm also taking it on as my PhD work. And I've already trained a model on other data sets, publicly available data sets. And I've seen the gaps that do exist within these data sets. They do not fairly represent our setting. The first data set, which I will not mention, I used and I got a score of around 96. But when I tried a few images from our setting, the score fell from that 96 to something like 54. These kind of variations, of course, we have different eye pigmentations. You'll find that people from the European continent have different eyes compared to those within the African continent. And we cannot base on their data set to predict conditions within our setting. So we really thank NIH that it saw these kind of challenges, and they came up with such grants, which we are using to collect our own data set and be able to develop algorithms that will fill the gap and also serve the best purpose within our setting. Thank you.
We're going through microphones at quite an impressive rate, actually. So, as Rogers was saying, we're trying to build this sort of data set, try and build some sort of big African sort of repository here, which is going to be the hub, hopefully, for a whole load of research and do a lot of good from the patient side, but also from the research side. But we've spoken quite a lot about sort of language models, and I'm sure there's at least one question sitting down before lunch that someone would want to ask. And I'm just going to slowly start walking towards people if no one puts their hands up. Cool, nice, that worked.
Thank you so much. I'm Serko Joseph, fifth-year medical student. And my question goes to the panelists, and it's like, when we are developing this AI about the different medical conditions, for example, let me use cancer cervix. when you are developing this AI, are we completely developing new epidemiology about CA cervix that is Africa-based, or we are putting in context the current epidemiology, which is already there, because it's not entirely out of context. However much it is not, it does not completely apply to Africa, but it in certain way, because when they say, for example, CA cervix is in most cases found in women 45.
Here is that we have sort of some information about these disease distributions, who's affected by them. A lot of them are based elsewhere, and we're going to be collecting a lot of information here. Are we going to abandon everything abroad and just focus on here? What are we going to do?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, we'll certainly not abandon everything that is already known, but we'll build on it. And unless we find something that really stands out and we find that all our cervical cancer is in 10-year-olds and below, which is most likely not possible because we are not even enrolling them, then that could be a new discovery. But we are building on what is already known and seeing what these data sets have to add, what do they have to remove, particular for our population, or even for particular regions. So that's why we are collecting like every detail of the demographics. So to kind of study what is here, but it's not to discard what is already known.
Maybe to add on what Brenda has just said, yeah, it's not that we are supposed to throw away what is existing. We all know that AI poorly generalizes to cohorts that it did not train on. So if we collect our African data set and train our model on only African data set, however good it will be when this model is used in the US, then it will be also useless. So it is also good that we train using also the available data sets and also recalibrate or fine-tune our models with data set from our context. But if Michael comes to Uganda and he wants to use our model to check his eyes, then it can work for him. If I go to the US and they train the model using their data set and our data set, it will be also useful to my diagnosis. So we don't need to throw away what is existing, but we just need to leverage on it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's very well said. So I think the point is we are trying to now help build partnerships. We're trying to sort of build on things that we've learned from maybe in Boston or around the world, and then try and really learn from what's been done there, bring it over here, and then really try and learn sort of both ways. We have only see part of the picture from where we are, and we want to learn about how you see the world, how the diseases present over here, because no one team is going to be able to do this on their own. And so I think this partnership that we're doing here and what we're doing here today is really important. And so definitely try and learn across the disciplines, from computer scientists to the clinicians, but also from different regions around Africa and also far beyond. And so we've done our sort of 30 minutes now. I think we have another panel probably now. Hello? Oh, yeah. One more question.
So I'll be really brief. So Brenda, I was struck by your comment about, and maybe I'm a little sensitive here, but people over 40 not being really embracing of data science. There are a few of us in the room who are over 40. But the reason I wanted to make a quick comment is to tie this back to our discussion earlier about implementation science. So in that project that I mentioned very briefly in Kenya, where we're interviewing young women, this is all under 40, 18 to 24, about how they feel about us looking at opinions. You know, most are actually very favorable because they see the value if we're able to do it anonymously and confidentially, that sort of thing. But many are not, and we're learning about what would make them feel comfortable. You know, and so if we apply that same kind of lens to what we're doing in MUDSReH and with AveMap, I think we can, you know, understand what would make people who are not comfortable using AI feel comfortable with AI and put that into how we use the data. Because we could end up with a great tool that nobody wants to use or they don't understand how to use. So can we use user-centered design principles in order to make that app work for people? Can we think of, you know, what are the concerns they have and allay them up front? You know, so if they're concerned about the confidentiality, we can explain when the device is implemented, you know, how is that handled? So I'll keep this really brief, but I just wanted to throw in a plug here for, one, checking our own assumptions about how people are going to interface with the technology, because it cuts across pretty much every category you could think of, and to really embrace not only algorithm development, but how people are going to use it, what we can do about that. And I have several projects where I've worked with people who are not in the medical industry, but they're more aligned with, I think, the business person who is over there somewhere, thinking about how do we market our products and how do we apply that to science and to healthcare. So just a plug for implementation science, design, ethics, pulling this all together and working, you know, as a team from not just the technical piece, but all these other ancillary, but I think really critical sectors.
Yeah, it's an amazing point. Having these models sitting on a server somewhere is not going to do anyone any good. And it's going to really take a village to try and actually really bring this to patients, bring this to physicians, and really ultimately make an impact. And so that's a really important point. So we've got time for one more quick one, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Martin Tumukunde, a third-year medical student at MBARARA University of Science and Technology. I recount a comment that one of our panelists made about how ready are we in applying AI, especially these large language models, in our society. He said we are not yet ready, but well, I happen to have co-founded a company with JWST, and it said it was used to take the first exoplanet image, which was wrong, and it actually affected their shares by 100 billions in just one day. So the biggest challenge we've faced as people that are working in AI, in health, we do not know how much we can go. I think it's high time we thought about, because we had our product, and when I tried to consult one of the physicians at MBARARA University, he was giving me guidance, and we noticed we had made our product a bit go overboard than what we actually allowed to do. We were giving, because basically we started it with giving primary education to pregnant mothers and mothers that have children, pediatrics population. And then we proceeded with including bits of a chatbot, because initially we didn't have the AI, but my colleague developed a very good a very good chatbot that sieves data. So we aimed to just source professional data from professional people, and it was really accurate. But when we reached the time of implementing, I think I'm actually going to learn more about implementation science, because when you reach the bit of implementation, realize that we are lacking so much. And then I would actually want to request the administrators that are in place to assist us with trainings like this. We had a very beautiful product, but now we are going back to the initial development, because we realized we had done quite a lot of things that we didn't even have to do. So I think my comment and the question as well, I think it's high time we thought about policies because we are ready. People out there are doing very many products in AI, chatbots everywhere, just that they've not really gotten out there. So I think we should start pushing for policies that empower us, the people that are trying to do something in AI, and as well as train and protect us from any liabilities that we may face within our business, because I was quite discouraged so much when the man told me, if you do this, they will arrest you and your company will be shut down. So I think we are ready and we need to be supported and we need to be trained more. We've adopted, we have the skills, we just need support from the government and policymakers. Thank you very much.
It's always a good place to end is on policy. I think particularly around how we can protect patients, protecting business, kind of, encouraging and keeping the enthusiasm going. But I think ultimately, I think here today we've got a lot of enthusiasm for this sort of event and for large language models, and people are developing these products, which is amazing. And hopefully today we can maybe come up with some sort of real key questions that patients have, that the physicians have, and some things that need to be addressed on policy. And I think maybe Rogers maybe can talk about maybe a little bit quickly on the policy side, maybe.
I'm not a policy maker, but I will try to talk about something that you could maybe follow when trying to come up with maybe a data set. You need to follow the FAIR principles. Are the data sets that you are using findable? Are you able to is anybody able to access this kind of data set and use it and maybe critique? If something is really public, then it has maybe gotten lots of reviews. People have critiqued it, and it has some good kind of reviews that could maybe allow it to be, because if you're using a data set to train a model, then at the time of regulating and also commercializing your model, they will ask you, what kind of data set did you use? So you need to check, is this data set a publicly unknown data set for maybe developing the kind of model that you need to come up with? Is it accessible anywhere? Is it Fred, what's that word? Interoperable, yes. Then is it reusable? If it answers all those questions, then could be, but again, also the country, like Uganda, has its own policies on sharing maybe data sets and developing algorithms. I'm not a good policy person. Maybe they will talk about this at a later stage. Yeah.
Amazing. So we've spoken about quite a lot. It's been more than our half an hour, actually. We've been very lucky. We've spoken about some of the risks, some of the things we're worried about, some of the potential opportunities, how we're going to sort of maybe think about protecting patients, some of the conversations we're hoping people will have today. But can we just give a round of applause for our two panelists here with Brenda and Rogers, please? Amazing. We'll hand over to Fred now.
Yeah, thank you, Jack. That was great. Ooh, we are having interesting discussions here, and the program is quite behind. Yeah, well. I am looking at inviting all the remaining panelists here, but learning from past mistakes, this is great, because otherwise we may continue with the same mistakes elsewhere. We would like to move forward. I think I'll call upon Joseph and Leo. Leo no, I will call upon Joseph and Nora. To Nora to take on the next part. But this is going to be moderated by Kathy. And try to tell us what are those past mistakes so that the young generation here doesn't actually do the mistakes we did yesterday, because mistakes start from what we did in the morning, actually a few minutes back. So if you're able to capture those, then we shall be very grateful to move forward. Thank you.
So thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Catherine Morley. I'm a physician, internal medicine physician at Mass General in Boston. And I've had the most incredible opportunity to be part of this project as a co-investigator on the MUDSReH team. And I can't thank all the wonderful people, smart, bright, hardworking, I've been able to cross paths with here. So today I was listening to all the other discussions, and I thought I just feel charged up because my topic is innovation, right? And that's the thing that kept sort of hovering around in the discussion from all the other topics. I think we're going to get to it. This is the thing that everybody has been waiting for to solve the barriers, the challenges, the opportunities. Like, we should create a culture of safety, of confidence, that it's okay to fail. We're not trying hard enough if we're not failing. So next, I think, so what are some of the things that will happen when things don't go as they are planned? And it's inevitable. And so how do we approach that? What's our mindset? What should we be thinking about? I'm going to ask Noura to expound on that a little bit for us.
Thank you. So, yes, it's true that in the journey of innovation, things will not always go as planned. Along the way, we'll face challenges, but then how do we get back from these challenges? So one of the things to do is, first of all, to accept that mistakes happen, and then we need to learn from our mistakes. So how do we do the learning? One way is to, first of all, identify what is it that we can do best that someone else cannot do. So if we know that, then we can now know where our strength is. Then the other thing is, what is it that the other people can do? So this then leads us to hiring. So if we are hiring, we have to be very clear or realistic on the skills to hire, because a wrong hire could actually lead to another mistake as well. And then over expectations. So when we don't meet these expectations, we end up not meeting our goals, and that leads to failures. So we have to be realistic with our mistakes, with our goals. But the biggest thing is, in innovation, we need to design with the end users. We need to have the end users in mind, because we're not designing for ourselves, but this is for the other people. So if we design for them without their inputs, then they will not adopt, and this will affect usage. Thank you.
Don't sit down yet. I'm going to follow that up with maybe a little example with your neonatal monitoring. When you were designing that, the importance of the end users, can you tell us how you brought in end users and how you took their information and incorporated it into your design?
Okay, thank you. So the first thing we did when we thought about an idea, we first wanted to know, is this a true challenge that the health workers are facing? Are they having any difficulties with identifying newborns with maybe thermal care challenges? So we did an end user survey at the pediatric unit of MBARARA Regional Referral Hospital, where we engaged with pediatricians and nurses to better understand what is it like their daily experiences with these newborns. So we collected feedback ranging from, is this a real problem that they experience? What interventions are they using? And what are the
who are already used with, interfacing with this bulk, a big colposcope. They could not imagine running around with a small piece that would have the properties or the things that the bigger one would be able to do. So we had to run a feasibility, acceptability, pilot study just to be sure that, there's buy-in. With the wound dressing material, we also had to engage the mothers who have had cesarean sections. We had to engage the midwives and the obstetricians just to get their perspective and feedback around the material in terms of size and what they think and the timing and how we need to do it. Initially, we had thought, after reading the science behind olive oil and honey, we had thought to just come and pour it into the gauze material, apply it on a wound, and that would be it. We did not know that you have to go through a process of animal studies, run sterility tests, using phased grays of irradiation to be able to ensure safety on the human skin. And so engaging the end users for us has been very helpful to try and fill in the gaps that we are going to fail these innovations.
So I think we're hearing the importance of collaboration, right? We don't have all the skills. Just like Nura said, we have to hire the right people to do the job. We need to put our team together so that we have all the right people on the bus and have them in the right seats on the bus so that we can drive forward. So another thing that I wanted to go back to a little bit is this innovation mindset. We have to maybe think a little bit differently. And I think maybe some of these people out here who are innovators might have a little bit to offer about this. But first I want to ask our panelists, what do they think are key attributes of the innovation mindset? What makes it different from maybe an entrepreneur or maybe a researcher? What is it that, sort of Jessica said earlier, it's the thing that makes her get up in the morning and want to do science, innovation. So there's something really exciting about it. And what is that mindset?
Thank you. So for me, one of the most thing is persistence. So we have to be persistent and committed to whatever solution we are bringing. And then the other thing is flexibility. I would rather say pivoting. So it's good to persist, but then we need to know when to pivot when actually things are not going right. Because you will not persist forever. So the ability to pivot, persistence, and then being open-mindedness. So if you're doing maybe per se a bracelet, and someone has an idea that maybe you can remotely actually monitor these vital signs without having the bracelet worn on the baby, you should be flexible to change, have the open-mindedness to take up suggestions, but then at the end of the day, you choose what best works for you as the innovator. Thank you.
Dressing material was when we had post-delivery sepsis as the biggest killer of our mothers at the facility where I was working. And every time there would be stories, sepsis, out of 10 women who have undergone C-section, 5 of them 2 days down the road are having PAS. And I got interested and I said, what is it that I can do to be able to alleviate a few of these things? Initially, I was very emotional. I remember writing a half-page concept for my PhD around these mothers here. And I discovered that I needed to sit back, analyze a few more things, incorporate microbiological aspects, epidemiology, and a few others that eventually formed the bulk of what I did for my PhD. So being analytical and also having realistic expectations. Sometimes it's good to dream and dream big, but it is also great to be realistic with what is possible within the means available.
So that's what sometimes makes innovation hard, right? We are facing realities, barriers, things that make it difficult to reach our dreams. And that's where the grit comes in. And I think, again, in this environment, there's probably unique barriers and challenges, and I think we've been hearing about some of them already today that our team here has been facing. And I was wondering if we could hear a little bit more about, from the perspective of our local innovators, what do they think are some of the things that have really gotten in the way of moving their innovations forward?
Thank you. I think from my personal experience, one of the biggest challenges has been funding. So there are certain things you can do in the initial stages of your innovation, but at some point you cannot go beyond without the funding support. So lack of funding is a great challenge that hinders progress of innovations. And then the other aspect is bureaucracies. I will talk about this when it comes to healthcare innovations. We all know that these require regulatory clearances, but the process is not smooth. I can assure you that. It's a very hard process. Sometimes it takes longer than expected, but at the same time, if you're lucky and you have funding, the funding also has a timeline. So if you don't get the ethical approvals in time, that means, I haven't experienced it personally, but I've had an opportunity to see situations where some people, their funding had been taken back because they could not execute in time, even when given a no-cost extension. But it's not that they intended to delay, but some processes could not be obtained in the planned time. So bureaucracies, and then the other aspect is limited partnership. So in innovation, you cannot do alone as an innovator or as a team of innovators. Without partners, it's very hard to navigate through some offices. So we need partners. Where you don't have partners, things are very hard. And then the other thing is, yes, the unrealistic expectations, like already mentioned. If you're too ambitious, or if you're having very many things, very many innovations running at a go, at some point you tend to take up the one that is seeming to progress, and then you end up leaving the others. So you kind of like hard to achieve your objectives. So it's very important when we are coming up with the teams, we need to know the different objectives of our team members so that this doesn't then affect, sometimes even motive. Along the way, when maybe you win funding, some people might be after the money. Can we share and end this here? So it's a tough journey, but those are some of the hurdles. Thank you.
Well, it sounds like that's great advice for us, is to think about all those issues as we think about innovating. I wanted to switch a little bit to one more topic, and then we'll go to some questions. And I think this is really important here, since we are a research hub. And I'm going to direct this to Joseph and say, what is, since he is at the nexus of research and innovation, working in the Avamount project here, and what is the value of research in innovation, and why is it important or maybe not important in your mind?
I'll be very brief. One, of course, research identifies potential risks and also improves adoption by addressing barriers, such as usability. Three, research is vital because it helps develop evidence that innovation works to improve adoption. So research is very key to be able to uncover some of those very important things that will help increase the impact of the innovation on the target population. Yeah.
I think that it's also very true. If you can prove that your innovation works, there are a lot more people interested in it, right? You can, if you're trying to launch a new technology, you need financial support, you need investors. If you want it to become part of your healthcare system, you have to get the buy-in of the policymakers. So really, it's a fundamental piece of what we're doing. So now I'm going to just go out to the audience. I know there's a lot of innovators out there, because I've looked at some of the interests of people here. They're all lots of people using AI. We've heard from some people who've been in that space. And it's an opportunity to share your thoughts, or perhaps use our experts as mentors to help give a little advice. Any takers? Someone's got to have an innovation question. No? No? There's one. Leo, you're an innovator.
One of the most common problems that we see, including at MIT, is building the tools first. It's building the nails and then looking for a hammer. And I don't know how much of that is also a problem here, where they innovate for the sake of innovation without understanding the problem first, or without involving people who understand the problem. We have been looking at the community of entrepreneurs, and they're all coming from very privileged positions who have the luxury of innovating, but they don't really understand the problem. Their blind spots are the same. So the question is, does that exist here too? And then do you have any suggestions how we can move away from that sure, what do you call this, sure way of failing?
Yeah, great question. You know, it's exciting when you get an idea. Sometimes you feel like you now own the whole world, and everyone needs to, you know, to listen to your idea. And where possible, the world should stop moving. When you get an idea, for me, what I've found important is to sit back, allow yourself to calm down, and know that you cannot move the journey alone. You need those who will bring in the nails, and those who are strong enough, like Fred, to hold the hammer, to hit the nails. And you'll also need those who will be able to bring in other pieces to make a beautiful art piece. And so I have faced such a challenge. Even in AVEMAP, there are things that we did not envisage at the start when we were writing. And when work started, we discovered we needed a few more things. And those, of course, had budgetary implications. And we had to do them. Otherwise, we could not start. So yes, Leo, the answer to your question is a definite yes. And I would say trying to think through the whole building right from the start is very key, rather than running away with the foundation and saying I've achieved, and yet the roof is not on top, and the rain is destroying the great foundational idea that you have. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll talk about the opportunities that perhaps are helping to reduce some of these failures. So one is that for us here at MUST, we happen to be around incubation centers, like the Consortium for Affordable Medical Technologies, and the Center for Innovation and Technology Transfer, CITT MUST. So these are some of incubation centers that have defined processes that an innovator could go through. And then the other opportunity is that we now have mentors around, people who have been in the innovation space, that we could learn from them, learn how their journey has been, what has been their mistakes, so that we don't reinvent the wheel or go back through those same mistakes. So those are the two opportunities that I see for the innovators around MUST: incubation hubs and being near to resourceful mentors who now have paved, defined processes to the innovation landscape. Thank you.
Okay, chance for another question. I have somebody out there.
Thank you so much to our panelists. My question is around team dynamics for innovators. Usually, the bearer of that strong foundational idea is one. And how do they now bring together and keep together a team that is going to push their idea forward? Some innovators actually have to sometimes weigh the opportunity cost of running alone, but then against the advantages and disadvantages of working with a team. So I think we also need to hear from them about the important bits of team building and how do you actually, sometimes you find yourself in a situation where you have to get rid of someone from a team. How do you go around that? Yeah, thank you so much.
Wow, I think that's a great challenge to discuss here. I don't care what you do, team building and where you work and who you work with is always a challenge. And so let's get the advice of our experts here.
A disclaimer, I'm not an expert in identifying who is a UDA. But one thing that is key is to constantly recast the vision and this idea becoming realistic. I'll say it again right from the start. When you decide to prepare a meal, sit down and find out which ingredients you will need from the start as much as you can. It's possible along the way you may find something that you may not have anticipated, but it shouldn't come as a surprise. Try, sit back, keep calm, and think through the whole process if you can. Or else you'll get a few individuals with their different motives, like Nora was saying, and when they see money, they stop thinking. They say, let's divide it. The innovation can go and sleep. Yeah.
Just to add on that, yes, the first thing is to know who do you want. So what are you working on? Them because they are your friend. So if you're bringing them on board because you're your friend, then that will cost you along the journey. Then the other thing is collaboration. So you cannot, you don't have the skills, but then you can collaborate and borrow expertise from the different team that has an experience or a skill that you need. Thank you.
All right, well, I think I see one more comment or two, and we'll have one more because we're over time already. Oh, all the hands are going up. That's great. I think I saw you first. No, he was first.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. My question is about last time we had an innovation that right now would have been in the production, but we found a hurdle. It was concerning the deaf community and people who have hard of hearing. And we found out that when you are undertaking such project concerning the deaf community, of course, one of the stakeholders is the Uganda National Association for the Deaf. By all means, you have to incorporate them into such project. So we tried reaching out to them concerning making a data dictionary for sign language and stuff. And when we sat down with the top personnel in that association, they weren't willing to buy our idea because right now they have the hard copy, how can I say them? The hard copy sign language dictionary. So they thought that when we bring such idea onto the board and we make this open source to all the deaf community, they are losing out sales. So they tried to, they called it patent rights. We are bringing in the idea, but then the patent rights they are asking, it's over 78% of the whole project when it's done for around a period of 20 years. So we are greatly demotivated and we found ourselves that we had to withdraw from the project, which would have otherwise had a great impact on the deaf community. How do you go about such stakeholders? Thank you very much.
So it sounds like this is a question about negotiating relationships with your stakeholders. And at what point do stakeholders have how much voice in what happens?
Thank you. So one, I would like to start by saying currently I have a mobile application that I've designed with my team to ease communication between the health workers and the deaf patients. And our journey, just like you worked with UNAD, we also worked with UNAD. And what we did, we actually designed our own sign languages. So we worked with the deaf people and that association to design the sign languages. And so we were able to incorporate them in the app. But then what made our journey easy was that we made one of the people from the organization as our team member, as a partner on the team. So that smoothened the process of producing all these sign languages, reviewing them and assigning the different predefined questions that were attaching to these questions. So like I mentioned earlier, you cannot go this journey alone as an innovator. You need partners. So sometimes you have to stretch even to the extent of bringing some of these people on your team. Of course, you spoke about the IP, that they are looking at 70% of the IP. But that means maybe there was no clear ground of negotiation. For us, our negotiation term was that we are doing this as a team, and we even went ahead to open a company with different shareholdings. So if this grew in future and it turned out maybe as a big venture, you know what shares you're holding from the company. I also know what shares I'm holding from the company. So it's all about being open from the start with all your team members so that they don't feel like you are taking the majority of shares or there's something that you're hiding away from them. Thank you.
Okay, unfortunately, we're out of time. I'm sure there'd be more opportunity to, ask questions, talk about amongst yourselves. And I think this has been a productive dialogue, and we'll leave ourselves with the message of strong teamwork, communication, and transparency as successful strategies for innovation.
Great. Yes, thank you, Catherine and team. We are going for lunch, and yes, it's lunch time, and I think people are Pavloving. So, unless there are suggestions, these panels are very interesting. I hope it is going to be interesting also in the workshops, but what do members suggest? Okay, as we suggest, yes, Rogers, what are you suggesting? We eat. I asked the wrong person. Okay, we are going for lunch, but we will have another panel. We will see how to arrange it and how we teach to a rapidly advancing field like AI. We shall see how we put it in the afternoon. But we shall have 3 workshops, which are by choice. Please, you can scan that to get the program and see where you will like to go. But we'll first convene here for a few minutes before we separate into the workshops, and then gather back for a wrap-up. Yeah. So lunch is ready. Please enjoy the lunch. We shall try to eat fast. As you eat, network, but don't over-network so that we keep time. So 40 minutes, I think, would do. So that we are able to come back here at 2. Thank you. DJ.
So I'd like to ask our panelists some questions and get their sense for what their experience was when they're learning AI, what helped them achieve the levels of success that you have. What things helped you rise up?
I think having access to free materials online really helped. Also accessing forums, online forums, so we could teach and learn from each other, having a sense of community, having access to open source projects like FusionNet, the project that I work with at MIT. These are very useful tools that I use that I think it was very helpful.
So let's look at some of so a grasp of the fundamentals. The bigger the word is on the cloud, the more times it's come through as an answer. So getting a grasp of the fundamentals, I totally agree with that. I've been trying to become skilled at data science and AI for years, and I still try to read simple things. I'm still trying to grasp certain concepts. If somebody can explain to me what actually is, in simple terms, vector embedding, I would love that. And I've spent several years working on the project about vector embedding, and I'm still struggling to grasp that. Materials, time. You know, it's probably going to take some time for us to bring in a lot of experts in this area to be able to teach this large crowd of people, especially with AI and DS is not just one thing. It's a very, very broad field. So a lot of resources. People want resources. And there is a lot you can do a lot with AI online for free. There's no doubt. If you spend a little time, even on the MIT edX, Leo's University, Harvard has a EDX as well. Okay, so we're going to just keep moving forward now. Unless there's other comments, feel free to raise your hands. So the next question that we'd like to bring up is, how do we balance teaching foundational knowledge with emerging trends? And you may say, well, what does that mean? So the emerging trends would be AI and data science, right? So you guys may want to learn the details about data science. It might be coding, it might be statistics, or whatever it is. But that's not really only what AI and data science is. Data science is something that requires a person to have some foundational skills of being intelligent, really. And not everybody needs to learn how to code. Not everybody needs to sit down at a computer and do this, actually. There's a wide range of people that need to be involved to create a successful AI project like we heard earlier. We needed data scientists, we need clinicians, we need accountants and business people. But foundational knowledge is very important. So we'd like to hear from the team about what foundational qualities they may have that work well with trying to develop AI and DS in their lives.
Yeah, I think it's very important to balance teaching foundational knowledge with emerging trends. Teaching foundation as math, as statistics, and also emerging trends such as Hugging Face and scikit-learn and tools like that. So I think while the foundational knowledge is the basis for understanding AI, emerging trends can actually reflect the latest development in the field. So I think how do we achieve this? It's very challenging, but as educators we need to teach the fundamental theories and methodologies and also bring to the classroom real-world applications so we can empower the students to learn and adapt in this field.
Yeah, and in our context where AI is not taught in class,
maybe encouraging students to independently explore the trends, you know. There is a number of platforms out there, open source platforms like GitHub, so that we can independently source information on the emerging trends as we wait for maybe a miracle to happen, integration of AI in the existing curricula. Yeah, that would help the students actually to stay informed about the emerging trends. You can follow AI blogs, attending conferences where you can, read research papers. We'll be able to understand the emerging trends.
Nice. I think those are good comments. So again, we're just going to keep moving forward. So we have another word cloud coming up that we'd like your input on. And the question is, what teaching methods or approaches do you think are the most effective for keeping up with a rapidly advancing field? So how do you want to get your learning, basically? What teaching methods or approaches do you think are the most effective? So if you take your camera again and scan in on this question, so scan, put your camera on that, hit the yellow dot to log in, and then put in whatever things you think of that are good. Do you want lectures? Do you want papers? Do you want internet websites? Whatever you think might be interesting. And you can think about in the past, what have you, when during your education has it been just a real boost that you got from that particular technique? Was it hands-on experience? Was it done with a larger group of people that you could share the experience with? Lots of different ways that people learn. Maybe I'll pass it to the panel while you guys are putting in your answers so they can talk about this. Just go. So while we're waiting for this, we're going to go on to the next one. Although actually, pretty far into this one. Want to go ahead to the next one? All right, while we're waiting, I'll come back. Keep putting your answers in. We're going to just bring up the next one just so we can keep the thing moving forward here. So this has come up. This next question is going to involve industry. I thought it was very interesting this morning when my friend Simon said to the businessman, we have a trust issue, there's issues about industry. And I think my experience with industry is that they're the same as everyone else. They have a viewpoint. They're a necessary part of our lives. Yes, they are about, their job is to make money, but businesses are good to have around. One of the best healthcare things you can do for a country is give people a job. If they have a job, they can get a house, they can get healthcare, they can get education. So businesses are good in many ways. But if you've ever sat down with business and had to discuss an AI negotiation, they are not easy to deal with, right? They're going to be, that's our job to be productive, to make money. But industry also brings tremendous opportunities in terms of resources, opportunities, collaborative options, and things of that sort. So I'd like the panel to address how their interactions with industry have been and hear what they have to say about that.
Yeah, I think industry collaboration plays a vital role in teaching AI. By collaborating with industry, institutions can gain access to real data, can gain access to real-world problems, relevant projects. And in this case, we can expose the students to real challenges that the industry is facing. Also, I think this collaboration can happen in different ways. You can, for example, as a professor, you can invite someone from industry to give a lecture in your course. You can, for example, ask some companies to sponsor a research project, and then in this case, you can help the students with scholarships or something like that. Back in Brazil, when I was doing my PhD, we had this collaboration in my university, which was PUC Rio. We always work close to the industry, and we are always trying to have them sponsoring our research projects. And this was a way that my advisor found, for example, to give us a scholarship. So I think also because of that, I always worked with real data, with having access to hospitals, and working with, instead of just working with toy problems, we are actually working with real world problems and good challenges.
Yeah, and students can benefit from the collaboration with industry through, opportunity for internship. You can have your projects with these particular industries that you're collaborating with. Industry can also contribute towards career guidance. They will speak about, the skills and knowledge that are required on the job market, like the updated ones. So the collaboration would actually be very good. You can also have access to resources through the collaboration with industry. So I think depending on what code you strike with industry, they can be very good. When you fail to agree on a few things properly from the beginning, then it becomes challenging. Yeah.
Excellent comments. Just as a perspective, when I graduated from medical school, it was almost like really frowned upon for the people that were working with industry. They were sort of like sellouts or whatever. They weren't pure doctors. Totally changed. Totally changed. Almost all the leaders are engaged with industry. Pharma, device manufacturers, AI algorithms, all these sorts of things. And realistically, that's the future. I don't think medicine can really live by itself. It has to live within our world, and industry is part of that. So going back, the word cloud from our slide is pretty much cooked here, so to speak. So this is about what the students want for teaching methods or approaches. And so again, the biggest ones are going to be the most popular ones that were mentioned. And this is a good one. It's personally, I would say, one of the best things that happened to me in terms of developing my AI skills and DS skills is just to do it. Because reading about it, you can get the superficial parts, but when you start to do it yourself, it's much more intricate and nuanced than you might think. So getting involved with a research project. So maybe we can think about ways that the students in technology studies at MUST can have opportunities. We should line up who's doing projects, what roles can maybe be available, and get involved with research projects. Practice-based learning. What do you guys think about any thoughts about these students' requests for things that will help teach them?
I'm going to comment on the getting involved with research projects. Of course, I think this is very important that the students can have access to hands-on projects, and especially with a team with diverse background. I was just talking to Leo, which is the BI of the lab, and also my boss, if I could invite all the students here to participate to our research project. So if any of you want to collaborate in our research projects, we have a list of more than 50 research projects going on right now. You can just reach out and we can try to accommodate you independently of your coding skills or of your background. I am sure we can accommodate you. I was just talking to someone from MUST Jaso, I don't know if he's here, raise your hand. He already was saying that he's interested in joining the projects, and I think that would be very nice.
Yeah, bringing it closer to the MUDSReH program. Simon has gone, but Simon has a very good example of practice-based learning, where he was working with his students and interns to learn how to do labeling. And I'm sure that's a skill that they have gone with, or they will want to employ in not only labeling ophthalmologic images, but they will also be able to do any other image that requires labeling. So practice-based learning would be a very good one, especially in our context again, where, so we are talking AI and data science. This is something that has not yet come to our curriculum in Uganda, maybe at MUST. So learning from the existing projects, when you hear of any opportunity for labeling, that's a very good way of learning. So looking for other forms of gaining the knowledge as we wait for, again, miracles to happen in our curriculum would help us. But maybe by the end of this, Dr. Fred Kagwa may talk about AI in the existing curriculum. Fred, do you want to say something? No. What do you want?
Well, in the Bachelor's of Computer Science, we have a module of Artificial Intelligence. Bachelor of Information Technology, there is also a course on Artificial Intelligence, as well as the Software Engineering. But these have not been reflected in the business faculty, in the medical faculty, and this is something that really needs to come up, mostly in line of medical informatics. And there should be some kind of courses there, as Joseph is not here, but that would be something priority to add in, and it doesn't need to do a big review because the regulatory body, National Council for Higher Education, allows us to do up to 20% internal adjustments. So this recently just approved in a number of curricula, so we could really look forward to having some of these as long as the proposals are taken up.
Would you welcome the medicine students into those classes?
Yeah, actually with class attendance, anyone is allowed to attend any class in the university. As long as you behave yourself, you can walk in any class. No one will chase you away. It is normal everywhere. When we were in Ghana 2 weeks ago, we just walked in some class. Everyone was looking at, these guys don't look. We sat. The professor was teaching. A few minutes, we walked away. Because what we wanted, we got. So you're free to enter any class. The timetables are open as long as you have free time. Yeah, though you can come earlier and explain to the lecturer and say, yeah, I am a medical student. I would love to learn some things about this. So when they are doing the lecturing, they also take care of you by maybe bring on board relevant examples. I have a student who has attended my modeling and simulation classes and is in pharmacy year 1. So that is interesting because he's doing pharmacy, but he's so much into ICT. So he really wants to get knowledge. He even knows Python. I'm surprised.
That's great, Fred. Thanks for that recap of the situation here at MUST. So just in the interest of time, we're going to try to keep moving forward again. So this question is, again, you have to sort of click that QR code every time we do. This is the last one anyway, but I think this is the last one. So this question is going to be, what should Uganda do to teach AI to its population? We've kind of covered a number of different things here. So let's set a list. What's your priority? What do you want the Ugandan government or MUST leadership to do to teach AI to its population? And the population, you can define what that is. That could be us. It could be kids in grade school, all the way up to data scientists or PhD programs. So what do you think we should prioritize in terms of teaching AI and DS? You want to go to the next one? All right, so while people are just putting in their answers, we're going to jump to one other slide here, which is how can technology enhance the learning experience? So we can use technology to learn technology in some ways, right? You can go on ChatGPT and you can learn a lot about coding and you can learn a lot about AI, and technology's probably going to be a major part of what you do. But we'd like to understand what you guys think is the most effective technologies that will bring you the information and knowledge that you want about AI and DS. Any comments?
Yeah, I think there are different ways that technology can enhance the learning experience. We can make use of virtual reality. We can make use of simulations while we're teaching. And from the student point of view, as I mentioned before, there are plenty of free content on the internet. They can have access to online course that gives them flexibility to learn in their own time and pace, and also online forums so they can actually learn from each other. I think also you mentioned ChatGPT and GitHub. It's a great tool for them to learn because there are a lot of open source projects, a lot of open source code that the student can just download and then have a look and then try to run and then modify the code. Even one of our main projects at the LCP lab, the PhysioNet, is available online if anyone wants to try to download the code and then try to go to our GitHub repository, raise an issue, have a look at the issues that we have there. We have minor issues, we have big problems that we can always try to solve together with us. So I think there are a number of ways.
Yeah, technology allows for easy access to vast amount of information. It also allows for personalized learning experiences based on individual needs. You are able to put in whatever you want and you will get an output based on your need. Technology will also allow for instant feedback and assessment. We can do many things with technology. Yeah.
I totally agree with you. My own personal experience with technology is that it has enhanced my ability to learn about AI and DS. You know, Leo's kind of famous for his datathons. So much fun. You will learn a whole lot, and it's a very hands-on, like high-tech experience. It's quite lovely. Hackathon, the same thing. If you don't have an easy access to that, they do have these competitions on a website called Kaggle, Kaggle, and they're constantly running competitions, just online competitions. I think technology is going to be a big part of how we teach this. Okay, so moving forward. So in terms of, so the next question is, how can we foster a culture of continuous learning among students if we're teaching a field that's changing every 10 minutes? So how do you keep up with that? It's a little bit like medicine. You know? It's really hard. It's hard to keep up with the literature in medicine. AI is even worse. It's faster. So how do we make it so people are interested in continuously learning? I guess that's the fundamental question. What will keep you interested?
Yeah, okay. We could promote collaboration among students, you know, organizing group activities like coding challenges, hackathons, AI competitions. That would help to foster a culture of learning, continuous learning among students. Faculty may not be able to keep up with the speed of the students. So once we have these, we encourage group collaboration among students. You create like AI communities where students will be able to have their space to do whatever they want. They will be able to establish like an AI-focused club or organization where they can explore, discuss, brainstorm, whatever they want to brainstorm, and, you know, learning will continue.
Yeah, I think if you're in this field, AI and data science, you have to be able to be motivated to learn, to keep up to date and keep reading our papers and follow the state of art. And there are many strategies that I think that we can be used. First of all, something very simple, like showing the importance of curiosity, right? And also the importance of being part of a community, having access to open projects, and participating to workshops, datathons, and symposiums, as we are doing right now. I'm not sure if you are all familiar with datathons, but these are the events that MIT, and also that Leo started doing, that we run in different countries, where we bring together physicians, data scientists, social scientists, people with different background to work with real data, and ideally, and with real problems. And we always come up with some very good projects in the end after a couple of days. And usually people can also keep working on these projects until they publish or until they have good results.
Yeah, the AI teachers could also create like a curated list of recommended resources and provide guidance on how to effectively navigate the resources. That would be helpful for the students.
Just to finish, I think also I'm going to stress this because I think it's very important. Also, the students to be engaged in hands-on projects, because this is actually where you get to learn the new technologies. I think working on hands-on projects can help to fill the gap between the fundamental, the theoretical knowledge and the practical, the new technologies and the practical learning.
Thank you both for good insights there. I'd just like to tell you one really a quick thought that came to my mind when I first looked at this question. You know, how do we foster a culture of continuous learning? You may have, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but Jessica earlier when she was speaking this morning, she said she felt inspired when she woke up about having an opportunity that was interesting to her. And that made it so she wanted to go and do stuff. So she's actually continuously learning. That's a form of continuous learning that she talked about, because she was curious and she was interested. And that resonated with me. I'm reading a book called Hidden Potential by a kind of well-known psychologist in the U.S., Adam Grant. And he wrote about Finland and the educational system in Finland. And the reason he did that is because Finland, for like many years in a row, 5 or 10 years in a row, they were the highest performing educational system in the world when they did on certain kinds of testing. And so he went and looked at that and he goes, why is Finland every year the top one? And that wouldn't normally occur to me. It's Finland, why would it be Finland? You'd think it would be some country where they really push students hard in Korea and Japan and places like that. Well, it turns out in the Finnish system, they educate people with sort of two principles. One is that they educate everybody with the equal amount of intensity. They don't give the super smart kids all the benefit. They help everybody. And they also don't force everybody to do the same thing. They let people decide what they want to do that's interesting to them, and then they engage in it naturally. They don't have to be like, you've got to learn Python. And they don't want to learn Python, and they're not going to really do it. But if they love something, they will pursue it on their own. So that's an important part of continuous learning, I think. So let's see. All right, last slide here. Real-world case studies to illustrate the challenges and solutions. And so I'd like Edith and Christine to give us a little comment about that.
I think one example is what I mentioned about the data dons are real-world case studies that perfectly illustrate how the students can develop good projects in collaboration with people with different backgrounds. Another real-world case study that I can think about is what we do when we're teaching a summer course at Harvard School of Public Health. So we try to do this in a very engaging way for the students. We run hands-on tutorials and workshops, and we also bring people from industry to give lectures. So if you're teaching about NLP, for example, we try to bring some researcher from Microsoft that is actually developing interesting and projects in NLP that are also applied to health. So we can keep the students motivated to see what which are the latest practice that industry is using at the moment.
I wouldn't have a real world case study, but Dr. Arunga, who is not here, shared his experience with the MUDSReH program or project, sorry. The challenges that he's facing and the solutions that he has come up with. We also have Dr. Connie here. I think this being a MUDSReH activity, it would be very nice to hear the challenges from the people who are actually going through the process so that the students who are here can learn from you. I don't know whether Dr. Connie can share an example of the challenge that he has gone through and the solution.
Yeah, just to hammer the thoughts of Jessica, every challenge is an opportunity. And I mentioned yesterday when we had our presentation here that every challenge that we had, we saw an opportunity to learn and to make sure that we put things in order. I mentioned the fact that sometimes when you are taking data, when you are not looking at the data, you don't know whether you have challenges. It's only when you sit down, analyze, then you realize that something is going wrong somewhere. And then you can address that challenge. So I think in the AVEMAP Ghana, the challenges that we had, we have always been able to resolve based on the fact that Uganda started earlier and we started a little bit later. And when we had a challenge and we consulted Uganda, it was like, oh, we also had this challenge. This was how we did it. So partnership, collaboration is a very key aspect of these projects. And then we don't want to invent the wheel when somebody has already done something. So you scratch my back here, I scratch your back here, when we are in the same project, although we are looking at different populations, but we have the same aim, the same target. And one should not shy away from consulting. If you have challenges, consult. It doesn't demean your position. It already tells you that you know your challenge, but you think you are the best person I'll be able to call on
And if we are not able to solve it, let's sit down together and see how best we can solve that challenge. This is how we have been able to sustain the AVMAP, Uganda and Ghana. So far, things are moving well based on these interactive collaborations, monthly meetings, and all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kony.
All right, so I'm going to end so we're basically done. One last quick comment. When I was looking over the roster of the people that are attending today, you know, there was the names and the gender and, you know, a lot of different things. And there was a few other questions. And one of the questions was, are you interested in collaborating with anybody else? And there was 159 people on the list. 158 said yes. People are thirsting to collaborate with each other here. They're thirsting. So I think we should meet that thirst. I think we should have a point where data scientists, health people, other interested parties can join together to start working on a project together. It'll be so much better than reading about it. It'll be a good opportunity. So I hope that people will find a way to link themselves together, particularly in groups where you have multiple strengths to combine to be able to accomplish a goal, and just do a mini project, and I think you'll learn a lot. So with that, any last questions? Otherwise, we'll keep moving forward. All right, thanks for all your attention today. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Michael and Tim. That was great. Another round of applause. Rogers, where is the group photo going to take place? Yes. Okay, we are going to break our way into 3 workshops, which will take about 45 minutes, and then we will convene and finalize. If you scanned the program, you should be able to get which workshop is about what. Yeah, you will be able to see the 3 workshops. And so, okay, so one group will remain here. The other groups, they will direct you at the door. So the group that will remain here is, one is on introduction, computer vision, medical computer vision, introduction to large language models, and then case studies in ethical use of AI. I wanted to make it freestyle, but I can also force you to go to a particular if you do not choose. So A is here. Those who are interested in the large language models, I think you will remain here. And then those who are interested in medical computer vision, there's a room you're going to be directed to out. And then case studies, ethical use of AI. Okay. So shall we move? We shall get back here in the next 45 minutes. So the workshop overseers, please try as much as possible to keep it on time so that we still keep in our time. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. You is watching us live on Creative Digital Media. We are still coming to you live from Las Vegas Hotel. Like I told you earlier, this is actually located here in MBARARA. And like I told you, this is nothing else but AI for Health Symposium. This is the first of its kind. We are having it here in MBARARA. And I want to believe in the region. It is an opportunity for every young entrepreneur, especially those within tech, to take heed and have some good opportunities to explore within the space that AI is actually trying to create. We have had a number of speakers, like all throughout the day, and this has been actually very, very exciting moment. Some cool insights that have come out from different speakers here and there, and of course, very many people that are trying to, get some insights that they could use to innovate around artificial intelligence within the health sector or health field. And this has been a very, very monumental opportunity. So maybe to again read to you what, for instance, we could have received as a number of speakers. We had earlier today we hosted Prof. Prof. Obua, who is Celestino Obua, who is actually the Vice Chancellor of MBARARA University of Science and Technology, and he was actually, giving a review an overview of what the MBARARA University Data Science Research Hub is actually about. This activity is organized by MBARARA University Data Science Research Hub. And this, of course, was an opportunity for us to understand what exactly the project is all about. And from his remarks, it is actually not only limited to Uganda or must per se. It is a project, that is across Africa, and very many institutions, young people, innovators, or researchers are actually, poised to gain from this opportunity, and all that was communicated by Prof. Celestino Obua slightly before. And of course, he marked it out as an opportunity for the young researchers that we have within the region, but also the country, as something that, or a very good project that they will be able to, utilize or leverage on to create some cool solutions there within the health. And like we already put it, AI is a game changer in very, very many aspects. And like I already put it, if you come back to Africa, an average African is going to be able to spend over 60% of their earnings on making sure that they're healthy. If it's not medication, it's going to be, prevention, which is not obviously the case, but at least most of Africans are going to be able to spend on the health sector. To an extent that, you're able to sell a good percentage of your property to make sure that you actually meet medical bills. And should AI actually come to close some of these gaps, we believe that would be a very, very good opportunity. We later had a number of panel discussions coming through. Dr. Lunga Simon, Jessica Haberel, we had Dr. William Waswa, and all these were actually, discussing data science for healthcare, and they were focusing on challenges in Africa. Definitely quite a number of them were actually discussed. And later we had, the second panel looking at large language models. Can we be able to, utilize AI to, get it decentralized to even, Ankore, for instance? Can we have Lunyankore being integrated there? Can we have APIs that can be incorporated in some innovations? And one is, is counting on having Lunyankore as one language that, for instance, is going to be used. But how far can the artificial intelligence learn and all that? But these were looking at opportunities and actually risks of harm that, AI could be able to create here and there. So we had the other panel led by Cathy Morel and Valencia Komsun, and these were actually looking at innovating in healthcare, particularly focusing on learning from past mistakes. We don't definitely want to repeat the same mistakes that we have, carried out or done in previously. If you look at the other panel, we're looking at how do we teach a rapidly advancing field of artificial intelligence or data science. This we saw Christine Fernandez leading it, and Edith Wakida, and then later also Michael Morel becoming the moderator Very, very interesting insights there. Now, what is coming next is actually different workshops, and these participants get to be, divided into two parallel sessions, and these will discuss different themes, including introduction to large language models, but also introduction to medical computer vision, and also case studies within ethical use of AI, quite a number of them. Of course, if you stay around, we'll be able to get to you live. All, segments, both segments will be able to come to you live, and you just have to keep around, creative digital media. I'm able to move around and get, to interact with some of the participants that, made it here today. Does it mean anything within their lives? Papa, you're live. We have some people watching us live from wherever they are. And if you don't mind, definitely you will want to drop a comment regarding the symposium. It's a first of its kind. But look at these people, your name, your experience within Euro AI, and talk to them about the symposium so far. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm Leo Kinyera. I'm doing biomedical engineering, and I'm in my third year. So coming on for today's event, really it has been so productive. We talked about the emerging tech trends right now, which is artificial intelligence at the forefront. So for this symposium, we've been talking about the challenges and all these kind of things that he must have talked about. And well, a number of students have gathered up here to learn and see how to move forward with it, also leveraging this kind of technology in our setting here, in our resource setting as a country. Now, I've stayed around for the large language models. The notable example currently in the field is OpenAI with the ChatGPT. Yeah, guys are kind of building bots and all these kind of things, leveraging this power in medicine specifically, especially for this event. Yeah, so I've basically stayed here to also learn and see how to go about it and make change in our field.
Well, I understand each and every other participant that is attending today was asked to, present some kind of an idea within AI. What was your idea like?
Well, I did not have an idea to begin with, because there was the first call that happened last year. Some of us just got this year, so we did not go through the first. I also just got to know about that when I was here.
So thank you very much who is watching us live. We will be able to take you back shortly to room 1 for the parallel workshop that has, is about to be able to start in a few minutes. And when we come back, definitely we'll be able to talk to many other participants this afternoon. You want to keep it Creative Digital Media, and this is going to be coming to you all through all the way. We again coming to you live from Las Vegas Hotel. It is in MBARARA. Just like you could be able to tell within the background, the session is actually resuming, and here particularly these gentlemen here will be ladies and gentlemen, will be introduced to large language models as a whole kind of workshop, and you don't have actually to miss this. Particularly after this, we'll be able to also switch to room 2, and you will have all these live here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
given to predict the next. And it kept on going. And it turns out if you do this and you give it 1.2 trillion tokens to do whatever, turns out it can sound pretty good. The unfortunate thing is we don't actually know how ChatGPT really was trained. We know something about the beginning bit. We know something about that it fed it to a model, but they won't tell us what they actually did, which is a bit of a problem. And so when we look at something that we do know what happened, is something like Llama. So Llama is Facebook or Meta's language model. And so what they did is they took 65 billion little tiny dials that they could turn in this model. They then took 2,000 computers, trained it for 3 weeks, spent $5 million to train it once. And when you look at what it was trained on, you can see what it was. So Common Crawl is the internet, GitHub is the code, Wikipedia, books, archive, Stack Exchange, all these other things. But you can see how much data is involved here. When we're talking about terabytes, these are enormous amounts of data, more than any computer can hold on their own, and more information than we'll ever read in our whole entire lives many times over. And what they do is, this, as we said, they take some text, so something like write a story, and it can't deal with multiple things, so it just splits them up, and it just says, okay, chunk them somehow. So in this way, we can say, we'll split write a story into write a story. And then what they do is they convert them into some random sort of set of numbers that represents that word, because computers like numbers, not words. And then they say, cool, now we're going to go and say this is the position. So most words that start with a capital letter might be at the beginning of a sentence and things like that. And then they do this thing that allowed ChatGPT to be so amazing. Obey orders. First example is they give it robot, and then it has to predict must. Then they give it the next set of green, robot must, and then it has to predict obey. And then it keeps going on and on and on for the whole of the internet, which is an insane thing to ever actually want to do, but it works. And so ultimately, this is what happened. So this is GPT-2, this was a few years ago, is that it just basically kept on predicting the next word and the next word and the next word, but it gets so quick and it has so much information that it gets pretty good at mimicking what should come next, which is pretty incredible. And so when you look at what it actually looks like during training, at the beginning, so this is 250 batches of data. That makes no sense whatsoever, okay? Go to 5,000. There's a few words in there. I have been me. Don't know what thereof my life means. It makes no sense in terms of a whole sentence. You go to 30,000 batches of data. I mean, it kind of works. It looks like a sentence, but it can't answer a medical exam or do anything like that. And this is where you come into things like fine-tuning. And so these are the words where what we're saying is that we're going to take a very select group of data. We're not going for the whole internet, but I just want to take your hospital's data, just PubMed, just a particular aspect for summarizing, for example. And we say we're going to give it a very specific amount of data, and then we're just going to say get very good at this particular task, whether it's question answer, sentiment, analysis, do whatever you want to with words. And they get a load of people to say, this is the perfect input, this is the perfect output. So when you hear about people labeling images, this is kind of a very similar thing. You ask a question and you say, well, this is what I would like you to come up with. And it's like gets more and more aligned with that, which is good. And then they get a load of people, like me, just to sit there for hours going, this is the best, this is the second best, this is the third best. Keep going, keep going, keep going. And they have these people do it for thousands and thousands and thousands of times, ultimately saying, well, I know what's better or worse. And this is the whole of what GPT-4 did. So it started off with giving it the whole internet. They then said, here's some slightly more focused best answers. They then created a model to say, be more in tune with that. And then ultimately they got GPT-4. And this comes from Karpathy himself, who was the guy who basically invented the whole thing. But what's really interesting is what actually we can do with it. I don't think anyone has a spare $5 million to train their own model, but I don't mind using it. And so if we start with the good, most people, I think here, have probably had some kind of interaction. Has anyone used ChatGPT? Has everyone used ChatGPT? Good. It does everything for me. It can't make PowerPoint slides, though. It's the only problem. But what you can do is you can basically get a question answer problem. But what you can do is you can basically get a question answer setting. Is what they did, they fine-tuned a base model, and they said, we're going to have a set of questions from like a medical school, question, and then they gave it an answer. And what the model learned was, is when you have question and you have answer below, it should fill in the blank with something that was more or less correct. And if you think about how good, well, it did better than me on the USMLE, and it passed all my medical exams better than I could. And so this is pretty impressive. So when you think about what do we need to know, I've forgotten everything they've said, but kind of got the gist. But the AI can sort of summarize it into a readable format that you should be documenting in, whether it's a SOAP format or anything else, which is an enormous sort of potential for the documentation side of clinical practice, which everyone hates. And the last one that's also very interesting and maybe the most deployable at the moment is something like this, which is retrieval, which is the idea that not only are you going to just generate words, can you fetch me something that is very similar to what I'm looking for? So if I say I want to know the guideline for having a heart attack, can the model look back into all the text it's seen and say, this is probably the most relevant for you, and then bring it back? And that's actually very, very plausible, very plausible, and it's something that people are doing. And the good thing about that is that it gives you a document which in theory is not necessarily biased or plagued with any of the hallucination side, because you're going to be reviewing the text. Whether the retrieval is good or not, that's another matter. And this is what people have done. They've said, I've had a heart attack, I've got a CHA2DS2-VASc score of whatever. What do I need to do? Find me the most relevant guideline. But this is the more interesting part of this is what I'm really interested in, because I think it's really important. And these are the things I think if you're going to take one thing away, it's this kind of section, okay? Because you're going to be sold all the good side, and I don't need to sell you on it. It's amazing, okay? The things to worry about is this sort of setting. There was a really nice paper from Google or some workers from Google a few years ago, and what they basically realized is that what these models were doing is they were basically parroting back information, okay? So you say something to a model, and it just repeats it back. But they have a little bit of a twist, and that's what these models are doing. And the way you can think about that is sort of examples like they use in the paper. So you can have a specific input, and you say, where is a particular group? It gives you the correct answer. Cool, the model knows that. You ask the question a slightly different way, or 10 minutes later on a different computer, different answer. So when you think about healthcare, that really matters a lot, because how I'm putting in my notes about a particular patient may ultimately affect what the model gives me back. And even if I put it in the same way, in 2 different days, 2 different hospitals, here versus back in Boston, it's going to be different. And the one thing we like in healthcare is consistency and standards and guidelines. And this is going to be a big problem for healthcare. And so, for example, even the fact it can pass medical exams, and it can do things like write the Bill of Rights, this thing that I've never read, could never memorize if you paid me to, and it can do it verbatim, it can pull it back. But if you ask it to do the next task of just write the Bill of Rights backwards, just change the letters, it does it wrong. So it can do all these amazing, super intelligent things, and then give the same confidence on something else which is pretty similar, or pretty simple, which is pretty scary, because you say, well, this is the smartest thing I've ever seen in my life, and now I'm asking it a simple question, it must be right. It might not be, and there's no real way to understand if it is or is not actually telling you the truth. This kind of idea of verifiability is a real problem. And then there's something we've spoken about quite a lot. It's this idea of bias. And bias is quite a hard thing to actually define, to be honest. This idea of thinking about, is a model giving us an answer that we do not think is a fair representation of the world or is not faithful to the question being asked? And so when we think about what AI is, and what we think about language models are doing, they're seeing information from the whole of the internet, from the whole of arXiv, from the whole of PubMed. And so when we think about what's actually going on, this was a nice study a few years ago, where they looked at what do people die of in the US? What do people search for on the internet? and then ultimately saying, how do these sort of things compare? And so what people actually died of, heart disease, diabetes, these sorts of things that we would expect as a physician, the things they searched for were things like terrorism, cancer, things like that. And then when you looked at what the news reported on, what was searched on the internet, it was, again, more inflammatory, terrorism, and the things like heart disease were like 0.1% of the searches. And so when you think about what the model is actually seeing, it's not seeing the real world, it's seeing the internet. And so if you think about what's the most likely thing it's going to be giving back for, what's the highest cause of death in the US, it might learn the true prevalence, but it might also learn this. And so we've done a lot of work on this and having a look about, well, what is the world that these language models see? And so we've taken sort of the whole of the internet and basically said, well, can we see how similar words are or how close words are together? How often does the fact that heart disease appears in a white person or a man compared to a woman? I mean, in theory, it should just be male, female, pretty equal, or close to the prevalence, you would say. Well, it's actually extremely different. It's wildly varied. Things like syphilis or TB, we're talking hundreds of X times the true prevalence, which is quite concerning, because that's what the model is going to be seeing and learning. And you can think about things like this, for example. So I asked ChatGPT, like, describe 3 things that a teenager might do on a weekend. So gaming marathon, could do that. Outdoor adventure trip, maybe. But what about if you sort of add a little thing on the end and say, like, what would a teenager in Ghana be doing? Attending a traditional festival. Visiting a tourist site. Adding those couple of words on the end apparently changes the output quite a lot. And so you can see how these tiny sort of things it's learned about what people have done from the internet or from Facebook, Meta, Twitter, whatever, that's what's coming through in here. And if that starts doing the same thing in healthcare, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. And the problem is healthcare itself is already pretty biased. So if you want to know about sort of randomized controlled trials, these RCTs, these are the gold standard, the thing that says, this is the treatment. We've controlled for everything. This is what you should do. About 10 to 20% of the treatments we actually use are based on the RCTs. The people we use in the RCTs, the randomized controlled trials, don't really represent the real world. These are, you have to be fit enough usually. There's strict exclusion criteria because the pharma companies pay millions and billions to make sure this is going to work. And most of them, to be honest, get reversed or get found out that we have to change them over time. And so when you think about where these controlled trials are as well, about 80% of the trials are conducted in about 20% of the countries, and very few of them are conducted in places like Africa, despite the fact that 3/4 of the world end up living in Africa or Asia. So how likely are these findings, even if they're not actually very correct? They're not very correct, and they're not really based on a population here. Moving on from bias, something like privacy, we've spoken about this before. There was a nice thing when ChatGPT came out and everyone was like, cool, we're going to get off work early, we can go to the pub or do whatever. And Samsung employees thought, here is what I had to do, took my brief from my boss, put it in ChatGPT, here is the work that I've done, can you just fix it? They did that, but also didn't realize that whatever you send to ChatGPT is now ChatGPT's. OpenAI now own that data. And so when they put their confidential how Samsung's new super duper app idea or whatever into ChatGPT, OpenAI has that. And the reason that's problematic is the fact that ultimately that's what they use to retrain or recalibrate their model in the future. They don't use the internet every time. They just say, well, people were asking for this. They like to seem to focus on this, and we've got this new training data back. And so the training data in the future is based on this app. And it's based on all the proprietary information. And so when you think about things like healthcare, this is just an absolute scatter fire of all the different data in the NHS in the UK. I don't understand any of that. This is just who has been sent the data. So our data goes everywhere. So when you want to think about healthcare, if the data is going to go into Epic, into any provider in the electronic health system, Can it go to OpenAI? Can they use that to train? Can they use that as an example to someone on the other side of the world who asks for a case example? All these kinds of problems. And the most important thing is, no one really understands what's going on. Everyone's just trying to figure out, what do I need to be doing here? What are OpenAI doing? Who has the data? What should I be asking? What should I be doing? And these are all important questions that, to be honest, we haven't really set up the structure to actually address yet. But we need to work together to actually try and figure out what we want to do about this. And the other problem that I'm quite interested in at the moment is thinking about when we've shown physicians outputs from language models, the models have learned that they should be giving justifications for their answers. So they should be saying, I think this patient has had a heart attack because he has chest pain. Sounds pretty reasonable. The problem is, it's not an explanation of why it actually made that prediction in the first place. It learns to complete the sentence that way. And so what I mean by that is I'm saying that when you think it gives you an explanation about why it's so confident this person has to have a heart attack, it has to have asthma, it has to have something else, it's not an explanation. It's just seen that in the past or in a question bank somewhere or in PubMed, that usually that follows. And so you can get an answer that's very, very convincing and that's meant to seem very valid, but is not actually any more reliable because of that explanation. And we've got explanations of this in other areas, so things like, for example, computer vision, where we basically look at transform models and we say, well, find us the most important aspect of an image. And it's learned, for example, that the background is the most important. It's learned that if there is sun or snow compared to an animal, for example. And this is a real problem in healthcare, because how am I meant to trust your model that I should be treating a patient in a particular way? If I can't trust your explanation, I can't trust the data, I can't trust what you tell me, but you do very well, how do we know what we should be doing? And so this is where a lot of the stuff is coming in, but based on the wrong facts, and you'll get the wrong answer as well. And so when it comes to healthcare, it's not clear whether the biased healthcare sort of data we're giving it is having good logic and getting the wrong answer, or whether the model is actually just making false mistakes, it's just making logical errors. And so we're going to be moving from explainability to more towards verifiability. And I'm hoping that we're going to be moving towards smaller models that are much more easy to interpret. Because we've been dumping and dumping data into these models to make them better and better, but we don't really trust the data, we don't really know where the data's come from, and we don't think it's really going to be applicable to where it's going to be deployed. And so when it looks like what the model is actually seeing, it's seeing a tiny proportion of that world. And so we need to be thinking about where is it going to be deployed? How can we actually make it the most useful to a given person, a given task, and then feed it the most data that is correct for that task. We don't need to be adding in everything else, because it's going to learn other harmful behaviors in the process. And this is the main problem. It's not going to see the whole picture. And so that's what we need to be very aware of. This is an example that Marty did in Boston, for example, where they said, this is a case where we only want you to call the police if you feel worried. I'm going to give you a case, and then you just tell me at the end, do you want to call the police or not? And ultimately what they did was they gave the model, and they said, we're going to bias it in a deliberate way. Okay? So in a particular group, I'm going to overestimate how likely that I think you should call the police is. Okay? And it had a little model on the side that said, hey, call the police more in this group compared to another group. And they had unbiased people, in theory, me, you, whoever. They gave the case, and then they either said, by the way, our model thinks you should call the police for this. We've got a model that says risk of violence, problem, call the police. And then in the other one, they said, you might want to consider calling the police, or this has been flagged as a risk of violence. Same output, but they changed the wording of the output, okay? Seems insignificant. When you say to them, I want you to call the police, this model says there's a risk of violence. The physicians, the unbiased people, perfectly mirrored the biased output of the model. But if you change the wording slightly, they maintain being unbiased. And so the point of this is that even if we correct the models, it's not clear how we actually really give them to the physicians And we need to make sure they're involved in the process, because we can develop a fair model or a biased model, and how we present it to the physician is really going to affect what happens downstream in terms of outcomes. And so I'm hoping we make smaller models. I'm hoping that we engage sort of people at sites. And I'm hoping we have a better understanding of what these models are doing and really work together. But no matter what we do, at the moment, we're dealing with this problem, is the fact that all of the information just comes from the US. So this is all where the training data is for AI in the world, basically, where the bigger the area, the more data there is. So you can see that the US basically dominates the world. And then Africa dominates, as we said before, a couple of % of the world, which is not right. And so what we've been doing in reality around the world is particularly saying, well, we're going to develop all these models, A, because it's fun, it's cool. But the real thing that's going to actually save lives down the line is this idea of having sort of data pipelines and building this infrastructure that we're trying to do here. Because no matter what you do, you're never really going to know how it's going to do until it hits the field. And so you need some mechanism of saying, we've employed this tool, here is how the outcomes have changed over time, here is where the model is doing well or not. Building these sort of disparity dashboards or building these data pipelines that we're building here are going to be the only way we're really going to be able to tell who this model is working in and where it's working. And so I'm hoping that instead of moving from just externally validating and taking all of the data in the world, we will say, I would rather take the data from here. I would rather have a pipeline for saying, this is how the model is performing over time. And we are worried because the outcomes are getting worse in this group and better in this group, and we need to look here. And reducing that cycle time is the thing that's going to be the most effective in the long run. But it's not as interesting or necessarily as talked about necessarily as building the models themselves. And so I think the main thing you can take away from this is basically saying, well, yes, the models are as good as they are. They are probably better than you think. The problem is that the risks are definitely as bad as you think. They definitely need to be addressed. And I really want you to be aware of these problems, because people are only going to talk about one side of the story. And so this is my favorite quote of everything, and I put it in every slide for every presentation. And the idea that what Heisenberg was saying was that what we see is not necessarily nature itself or the world as it is, but just only the part of the world that we actually look for. And so when you think about AI, where are we actually looking for that information? What information are we looking for? And I think it's a really important thing to keep in the back of your mind. And ultimately, it's a case of trust and truth. Do we really want to think about how can we actually know if we're getting the full picture? And I think the only way we can really do this is something we're doing right now, and is really trying to get as many people from as many different special experiences to make sure we can catch all of these different blind spots that we all have. And this was obviously part of Leo taught everything I know.
Is that, like, how relatively feasible is something like that?
So you can imagine a world where I want this tool, this language model, and I want you to say that I want you to only use the right tool when you have the sort of right patient in front of you, who you think you have the confidence to answer on. And so you can either say, I'm only going to train a model or something. And that works, because it means that you can get all of the coherence, all of the world knowledge and everything, and then it gets really good at a specific task. But there's two problems. One is the changed, and that makes me nervous, because it's like you basically told someone to do something for like thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of times, and you just said right at the end, don't do that, just don't do it. Sort of suite of these models. I want to know exactly what went into these models. I want to make smaller models, not necessarily big model, fine-tune, small model, fine-tune. And I think that's kind of the way we're moving, is that we're trying to take cleaner, smaller, we're still talking like half the internet, but let's throw away the bad half. I don't believe we need that. And that's kind of the place that we're sort of wiggling this year, I think.
Here. So I am personally interested in models, especially in healthcare. I am a doctor. And I'll use an example, maybe to make it easier. If I need to predict the risk of this particular person, developing diabetes at the age of 50 when they are 20. When I'm training that model, do I am sorry if this sounds very foolish, do I still, okay, you were talking of small data, does it still get everything on the internet, or there is a way I can limit it to only maybe Ugandans who are this age and have type this diabetes? Yes,
Yeah, so I don't think I explained that very well. So you're completely right. And this is kind of what Jess was saying as well, is the idea that can we just use a small amount of data? We go to your hospital, we take everyone with diabetes, and that's what we're going to train the model on, yeah? And say predict whatever in the future, predict the fact that they're going to have retinopathy, they're going to have a heart attack or something. The problem is, I showed you those sort of iterations, first of all, of how good the model was over time. It takes a reasonable amount of time to be good at language, okay? So it takes quite a lot of time to be having a full sentence, okay? And so there's a balance between perfect data, as you're saying, only clinically relevant, your notes, okay? And it may be good at predicting diabetes, but the language is completely wrong, okay? The English language, the local language, it's not good enough. And so therefore it's a balance. And that's exactly what I think we're looking at here. It's a case of what is the smallest amount of data that I can give the model that it's going to learn how to communicate, but it's only relevant for what I want to do. And that's what we need to try and figure out, okay? And the problem is that the big companies don't necessarily have an interest in doing that because they don't need to, okay? And so this is where there's kind of that problem, because it can do very well, it sounds correct, but we haven't got a very good way of evaluating if it is correct. And so that's kind of the problem we have at the moment. If we had a good way of saying, this sounds very correct, but it's wrong in this group all the time, we'd have to go with your approach. I would be happy with that, okay? The problem is we don't necessarily have the data size to do what you're doing, to have perfect amounts, which is why we want to collect all this data, which is why we're doing what we're doing here, because I'm hoping we're going to get there. But we can also put a lot of pressure on the industry side to make sure they are evaluating for these problems, so that they say, we can't go this approach, we have to follow you, okay? Did I explain that any better? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jack. It's interesting that with little data at the last layer, you can get something working. You mentioned a bit about logic. So in the last layer or a layer after, could something be built that is knowledge-based to improve the output of these trained models that have benefited from transfer learning? And then we also have a human in the loop to improve subsequently, because the big companies are not interested here.
Man, that's a good question. It's what I love looking at, to be honest. So I'm biased, but I really like that. The problem is, so I'm really interested in a model that's very similar to this, is saying, well, how can I know what the model did to give an answer, okay? There's huge, okay? So there are like trillion dials. And so when you start trying to hold more, like 4 things in my head, I can't really visualize what's going on. And so the last layer is still hundreds of thousands of millions. If this, that, we have another model, as you said, transfer learning. This model works as I want it to work. Can it learn from that? OpenAI are doing this at the moment, and it kind of works. The problem is it's so big, it's so hard to actually figure out what is actually causing something to come out the other side. And so to give you an idea of how hard this is that at the moment, we're looking at one layer models with like 50 neurons, and we still can't figure it out. So when we have to go to hundreds of layers and trillions of dials, we just don't have the tools to do that at the moment. So I think that's kind of if you're interested in that line of work, you're going to make a lot of money because we don't have the answers. And when you talk about human in the loop, it's a very big, important part. And again, the one thing we want to make clear is that who are those humans? I shouldn't be labeling anything from Boston that's going to be deployed here, okay? Because I know how the data is produced in Boston. I don't know the processes here, okay? Because we do things in Boston where we write a few things here and we know what that means and we should do this, but we kind of do this. So if you read it without actually understanding what was going on, you'd misinterpret, and the model would learn that behavior. And so the most important things are really understanding who those humans are, getting people to understand the sort of questions. The fact you've been able to ask that question is pretty amazing, okay? Because this is the best sort of people in the world are trying to figure this out. And so we'd be very interested in trying to figure that out as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to inquire about the aspect of using agents, AI agents to, I don't know, can it not work on that? Because currently OpenAI is deploying GPTs, giving us capacity to build GPTs, and there was this feature where you can have your personal local data and then you add to it, so you give that kind of like the basis of knowledge. Can that work? Because they can actually browse the internet for up-to-date information. Thank you.
So the question is around the fact that OpenAI now gives you the feature to say, take our GPT, give it some other data you want to give it, can you create the model you want? And this kind of, again, comes back to the problems of how much does that mitigate the problems that it's learned? And that's something that we're trying to figure out. And so there's definitely, if you want to do research, we'd love to figure that out. We'd love to give it a GPT model, take some local Ugandan data, fine-tune it, and then see how good it is. And so we don't know the answers. So you're asking the right questions, but more than happy to keep working to figure them out.
Thank you very much, Jack. A round of applause. Yeah, that's nice. It's an opportunity that in very few minutes you have reached MIT and you're back to Uganda. A second round of applause. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. Good, 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 good. We're right on time. Just 4:15 and please, when you sit, scan this to do some evaluation as we speak out, giving some few comments here and there. It will take you about 5 or less minutes. It's very important to help us improve future symposia. Of course, and very important is including those critical topics that you'd want to focus on. There is evening tea, so don't worry about the coldness. Okay, yeah. The AC here is quite cold, so people are... Please scan this to fill in and evaluate. As we wait for one last group, I think they are not yet in. Scan and try to... it's okay to come closer if your phone is bad like mine. Yeah, some phones are really good. So if your phone is as bad as mine, just come closer and you'll access the evaluation form. 5 minutes, you'll be done. As we get Jessica to do a wrap-up, maybe we are going to get some few lessons learned, I think from about how many? Some few lessons learned from the students and maybe from anyone so that you have a good way to wrap up. But we will also have, I think, a group photo as we go for tea later on, yeah? So I will call upon Jessica, I think. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor to be able to close today's session. This has been a fantastic day. So let's start, first of all, with a round of applause for the organizers of the conference. So Fred, I'm going to actually call you back up because I won't do this justice. As I know these events seem very simple to put on, but they are very complicated. So I know you are the MC, but can you acknowledge everyone who helped you put this together? Rogers, and I'm sure many, many others.
All right. It would have been good if those members are here, but first of all, we want to thank the NIH for supporting this cause through the MUDSReH project. This was particularly sponsored by the budget of the MIT, and we are happy for that. Can we please clap for them? So as part of the organizing team, which I was leading with Rogers, Leo, Jessica, Samantha, Cecilia, Lawrence, Vanessa, please stand up for recognition. And Vincent, stand up for recognition so that a round of applause is really good. And of course, the entire admin core for giving us a room in the program because this initially was not on, and we requested that we would have something that will bring on board students and other partners to discuss contentious issues and AI for healthcare.
Excellent.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good. So I want to add my thanks for the opportunity to discuss these issues because data science is so new, as we've been talking about all day. And what a great opportunity for everyone who's so excited about this to come together and learn together, which is really what AI and data science is all about. So we had, just in summary, really rich discussions today. We started off by learning about MUDSReH. So what we're doing in a very practical way. I think it's really helpful to learn from case examples. And this project has just been so fantastic, as we've talked about throughout the day, in terms of learning what data science is and how we can apply it for health. We then talked about challenges in data science, and I think there are many, but as I said earlier, those are also opportunities. So I hope all of you are finding those opportunities, finding the challenges that you want to go after in data science, and then hopefully we can come back and make this an annual symposium and share in the knowledge that you're gaining as you pursue data science. We then had a number of sessions on large language models, innovations, and teaching data science. So many lessons learned, and I hope you all were able to attend those. Obviously, parallel workshops are a little bit challenging. I attended the large language model workshop, and I learned a lot. It was a really great, quick, but deep dive into something that I'm very curious about myself. And I think the others were looking at medical computer vision and also some case studies on the ethics of AI, which is so important. So I'm going to keep these closing remarks relatively brief, but I would like to call on those of you in the audience. So I'm going to roam a little bit. So I'm going to start over here. So everybody has to look up from their phones. And I want someone to tell me something they learned today, something that you were surprised by, that you're going to leave the meeting with today that you didn't come with, something that you really appreciate and learned today. So we'll take this third of the room. Can anyone help me out? You guys over here get prepared, because you know it's coming. Anyone? Okay. We have a brave soul.
I can give the mic. It's okay.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I'm really thankful for all stakeholders that have really put in much for this event to kick off like this. I really learned a lot today, and one of the key takeaways is how to handle stakeholders when you have a project, how you handle them, and how to incorporate health and informatics, since both of them are dynamic. They are dynamic fields, they are changing every day. How to handle ethics of patients, how to handle ethics, how to handle other parties. Then I've also learned another field, which is implementation science. Yes, thank you very much.
I didn't pay him to say that. He just spontaneously mentioned it. I see one over here. I'll beat you to her.
Thank you. This was better than I had expected, to be sincere. You asked what shocked us and like the thing you went away with. I have once in a while used ChatGPT in medical discussions, and what shocked me is that the explanation is not an explanation, it's a way it has learned to finish the sentence. So my eyes are like, what? Yeah, I've learned that, so I'll be more careful in using models health-wise.
Excellent. So I think that's a great example of many of the topics that we covered today. So not only what is AI, what can it do, what are the dangers, and what's an opportunity to try and address that wow factor. Okay, I want one more. Somebody, I want to share what they learned today.
There is someone here.
Okay. I do want one person over here. We want to make sure we've got diversity.
Good evening, all of us. I'm called Abraham. The one thing I've learned today is data science is for everyone. It's not limited to computer scientists, and all of us clinicians have a role to play in using it to solve the current problems that they are facing.
Yes, thanks for that. I think Leo started us off well by talking about how data science is really in every part of our lives. So it by definition really has to include a multidisciplinary approach. So it is for everyone. Okay, one more.
Thank you. My name is Faizo Sudaisinkud. Based on today's symposium, there have been quite a number of learning experiences, but what really took my mind was the networking bit of it. Like, I have made quite a number of friends, taken some contacts, and I believe we could collaborate on something groundbreaking soon. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, one more.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So what caught my eyes today, I think I'm so much interested in the last session, the workshops, and I've learned that we should not just jump on an AI. So we should be careful while using models, because it's not that all the time those AIs are accurate. So we should be careful while using them. Thank you.
Excellent point. As I said earlier, I think of AI as a child. We were all children once. We all learned from our parents. We didn't get set out into the world without that education. So I think we're in that phase where we're training our AI models and learning how to use data science. Any final thoughts before we finish? Okay, great. Well, once again, I just wanted to thank everyone for the opportunity to be here. This has been a fantastic symposium. I really appreciate everyone's engagement. We've heard from a lot of different voices at different levels of training, different experience, different backgrounds. And I'm personally really excited, as I said in the morning. This is the kind of stuff that wakes me up in the morning, gets me going for the day, and really excited about what we can learn and what we can do with data science. So thank you very much. And Professor Bua, would you like to say a few words before we close? Put you on the spot. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah, to officially close, because it is exactly 4:30 as per our program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jessica. If I were able to do one thing in life, would be to clone myself everywhere. And I think AI is able to do that for me. Two, just ask ChatGPT what I should have said in the closing remarks. It will tell you what I should have said. So I am in the middle of a DSI steering committee meeting, which is taking place right now and about to finish on behalf of my MPIs. And nice discussions taking place there, which is something we have to do every second. Is it every second or first week, Tuesday? It is every first Tuesday, I think. Every first Tuesday of the month. And that's why we are having it today. And so what I'm very sure of is that Jessica has captured what has taken place and has said it very well. So the role that I'm supposed to do is, one, thank you for having come to be part of this initiative today. Out there, the media people were asking me, what is it for MBARARA University? What is it for students? What does MUDSReH project bring on board for you students and for staff of the university? And I attempted to say something like, okay, the project brings on board introducing you to AI, two, to data science, and three, career, because I'm sure that you came in trying to get ideas of where you want to go, what you want to be tomorrow, and so on. So that in itself should have been a very good reason for you to have come here today. The other one is for you to come and see new faces, network, because in the process of interacting, I was interacting with this gentleman, whom I didn't get the name because, first of all, you didn't give me your card. You gave my colleague your card. I think it was you. Yes. And that was networking, getting to know who else is out there doing something that you ought to know about. Among yourselves, as students, there are already those who are engaged in data science. And so it's an opportunity for you to talk with each other and get ideas from them. It might shape the future, your future for yourselves. And then for you, interacting is not only within yourselves, but we have partners who have come and are part of this initiative today. So the opportunity to talk with them, to understand what is taking place in other universities where they're coming from, what is it that students are doing, and how are they getting involved in data science. The lesson for me today is that I think it is important for us as a university to bring on board a course, a cross-cutting course, if it is not specific for data science, at least some introductory course
it could be optional, but we can also make it compulsory like the political economy course. How many of you have done that course? Students, how many of you have done it? Who has not done it? Because if you have not done it, you can be sure I'm not going to give you your certificate. Yes. So we can make it compulsory, but we can also make it optional. And optional means you get interested in it, and you go and participate in the course. It gives you ideas, and then you can develop career, out of that. So with that, I can conclude that you have not wasted your time today. Because one thing I know is that, how many of you go to play golf every evening? Yes. So if you can put aside your time to go and play golf, play basketball, play all kinds of games that you play, or listen to Kansime, and I'm sure that if I counted, we will take time to listen to Kansime and enjoy her antics as an important pastime for us. But today, you have not wasted your time. Today, you have something that you're going to take home. You have learned something. You have experienced something. And if I was a preacher, I would say it has gotten into you. And may I hear everybody say, amen. There you are. You have done it. Those who have missed coming here will not fail to get information from you. You should be able to go and disseminate the ideas that you got. Maybe even you got skills, because I was able to see William. Where is William? He's talking with Jack and Christine out there. Because I could see him drawing your attention, demonstrating things, and you are actively participating, meaning you are learning something. Go and share what you have learned today with your colleagues who have not been able to come. We certainly could not accommodate everybody, and so we allowed for a few of you to come. But you can be sure that going forward, we should be able to plan for even a larger group for people to participate in it. Or make it a repeat event, if possible. Make it a repeat event so that those who have not got the opportunity to come and participate have the ability or the possibility of them participating in this as well. At the end of it all, MBARARA University will be a university of data science. Yes? Yesterday, somebody was teaching me something that, you want this information, just go and ask ChatGPT. And I said, yes, I've heard about ChatGPT, but I don't trust ChatGPT because I don't believe that it will give me exactly the information I want. Well, it is possible, but I don't trust it because I'm sure it cooks around things and gives you what you want to hear. But it may not be true. Yes, that is employing AI to get information, to do things that you are lazy enough to generate yourself. But we should be able to generate it ourselves, using the same AI to generate things, design interventions, innovate using AI. And I'm sure that is possible. I don't know how many of you participate whenever we send out calls for faculty to apply for our small funds, research and innovation funds that we provide. Is there any student here who is a member of a team that has? Yes, I see a few hands up. Okay? Those of you who have not put your hands up might want to get something from them. How did you become a team, a research team, together with your teachers? Because you're working with your teachers? Yes. How did they become team members to work with their lecturers, either designing some innovation or carrying out some research? So you can see, nothing prevents you as a student from participating in research. We can all do it together. And we can transform not only this university will be able to transform the country. And when we transform the country, remember that Uganda is the hub of the East African region. Then we transform the region. And once we have transformed East Africa, the next is to transform the whole of Africa. And since Africa is the cradle of mankind, and this one I'm talking particularly to Steve, you came from Africa. However, because you were exposed to the snows, you became white. And so we'll be able to transform the world. And what I hear is that the place to be, the place to innovate now is where? In Africa. And we can do it. But the world has become a small globe like this. So let's not isolate ourselves. We use our partners and our colleagues from around the world to be able to get and achieve what we want to do. With that, I would like to wish you a fantastic evening. Go in peace. Serve the world. And to our colleagues who organized this, Fred and your colleagues from the DMAC, thank you very much. And to the funder of this, the activity today, although we got the money from NIH, which Brad, gave us gracefully, but our colleagues from MIT, Leo, I don't see him. Where is Leo? Leo, where are you? They're in the other room. So Leo generously came back. We gave them money, but he came back with that money to support the symposium today. So let's give Leo some hand over for that. And that's a lesson for us to say it is possible to keep funding such activities if we can look hard enough in our pockets and make that possible. So I thank the MIT team for that. I thank our colleagues who have come once again. Habera. The Mollies, I didn't mention in the morning, Mike and Catherine. Mike is on the other side, Catherine on this side. I'm not sure whether everybody has interacted with you, but perhaps those who came for the data leveling for ophthalmology, you interacted with Mike and Catherine. But for the others, they have been crucial in not only educating us, but showing us how you can go about labeling retinal images. And we are really grateful for the support that you're giving. And the ophthalmology team, I'm sure, recognize that and they're grateful for it. My people in the kitchen, the admin core who have been running around ensuring that everything falls in place, I thank you very much. Samantha and team. Of course, the chair leader, the general, the commander is Edith for the core team. Edith, thank you very much for persistently working with the team, the DMAC team, and ensuring that this has been a successful event. The media people, you're going to do us great because I know this is not for national broadcasting, Brad. It's not for national broadcasting. This is for our institutional communication. It will be some of the recordings we'll put on our website, at least to showcase what has taken place today, and that we have had such huge number of students participating in it. It encourages the other students who have not come here. I thank the management of Las Vegas for the very wonderful meals they provided us. When I was coming for lunch, I was imagining the lunch was going to feel like the cocktail last night. And I'm sure I heard people saying, this chicken was made exceptionally well. Even for people who don't eat chicken and chips, that they enjoyed the chicken yesterday. It was wonderful. So Las Vegas, thank you very much for keeping us well-fed and happy. And the facility is cool and nice. You rarely get such ambience in some of the hotels around. We would have been squeezed like in the church from this end to the other end. But now you are allowed to use all the angles. And human beings, their vision is it 180 or 160? Where is Dr. Arunga? That you are able to see, is it 160? Or I used to know those angles. So when I stand here, I'm able, there is central vision and peripheral vision. So using both, I'm able to see everybody when I stand here. And that has been wonderful because you really are able to see every participant in such a symposium. So this is a wonderful place, and we thank Las Vegas for that. And finally, Brad, I'm sure you have enjoyed the experience of interacting with our students. Thank you very much for coming down from Washington to MBARARA to interact with our students. Thank you and thank you. And finally, enjoy the evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we will go to the terrace and have a group photo. I hope. Looks like the rain is back. Yeah, well, Vincent, is it possible to take the photo there? It's raining. Yeah, well.
Earlier on in the day, when I was introducing the members around, I talked of one of the scientific advisory board members who was on the way coming. And I'm sure when I referred to Steve, I was talking about Dr. Steve Bettles, Professor Steve Bettles from Harvard, who he has been traveling for the last 72 hours to come here. With all kinds of things, he jumps on a plane, the engine refuses to work. And fortunately, it refused to work on the ground. Sometimes the engines refuse to work when you're in the air. Thank God that never happened. So Steve is here, one of the scientific advisory board members that I talked to you about. So thanks a lot, and you're welcome, Steve.